Hello, and welcome back to Bard College. After a brief hiatus last week, I'm sure you missed us, we resume today in the city of Last Hollow, where our last time out, our adventurers were greeted by the Chamberlain, Gilchrist Savory, who didn't readily accept Jacob's claims to be a Lecheria, lest of all the son of Lord Gideon Lecheria, who seemingly abdicated over 5 or 6 years ago. We did a little bit of shopping. The ship, the Lady of the Waves, was interred, with the crew now staying at the Last Watch Inn. And seemingly a ball is happening tomorrow night or tonight, depending on where exactly we're picking up, where the Savory house hopes to conclude a trade deal for the contents of the ship, and hopefully a more prosperous relationship with Silvercrest in future, and after which the lineage of young Lord Jacob Stormcloak will be confirmed or denied. So I know we picked up where I just asked if there was any little bit of shopping anybody left to do, but I think you were going to have a long rest in the castle. Was that where we kind of left off?
I believe so.
Okay. So we'll pick up then on the morning of the masquerade ball, which will be due to commence at Esterfax house, you are told, that evening. Esterfax house is the maternal home of Gilchrist Savory and has agreed to escort you there as guests of honour. Where he could also chaperone you, accompany you, and assist you with your objectives for the day, depending on what they are. What do you want to do?
I want to buy an outfit.
Okay. Is that everybody's objective?
I think so. That's,
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to visit a blacksmith if there is one as well.
Okay.
Well, that can be arranged.
Yeah, you can ask Gilchrist, and I will give him the answers if he can't improvise them or doesn't know them.
Again, as we said, until such time as your credentials have been verified, you will have to be escorted. So it would be best if we don't divide the group up. What would be the most pressing matter?
Mine is not that important. Just whenever we have a chance, it's fine.
Outfits, I would imagine, if there's any tailoring or alterations needed before the ball tonight, it'd be best to give the tailors the longest time to work on such things.
It does not seem unreasonable. I can escort you to a reasonably reputable tailor.
Is there anyone even more reputable?
Depending on the funds you have available, there are those of great repute.
We're fine.
Gilchrist, you would know that the Falls Market where you took Tisha last night would be a good place to find imported silks and fabrics and a tailor to cut them. But there is a clothing fabric trading magnate of a self-proclaimed noble lineage at House Goldtooth.
I have to pull the map up now.
The map is up on the Roll20.
Oh, the official map. Okay.
Oh, right.
Some good rolls there, Kirsty.
Thank you.
Just do your premonitions.
I'll see you in the future.
That's the one.
I think I'm going blind. I can't even see the 7 on the map. And of
Just
course, as
not-
soon as you say it out loud, there it is.
There
Yeah.
it is.
That's about right.
Do you want to roll me a history check there, Greg? Just see what your character knows about House Goldtooth. You would know of them and everything I just told you. It's not very much. But with a 19, you're probably not the biggest fan of House Goldtooth. You'd probably view them as some ladder climbing, rude, disrespectful of the elven kind of lineage, dressed up as fake nobles, orcs. However, they do make a lot of money from very nice clothing.
Would be Aravists, not even the real thing.
Mm-hmm. But so it's up to you whether you would take them there or not.
Much as it pains me to introduce you to charlatans, genuine charlatans, and not yet decided on your status, but there are a house of merchants, tailors, would-be nobles who could probably provide the services you need in the short amount of time available. It will cost you, however. They're not called House Goldtooth for nothing.
Do
That's
they
fine.
accept gold teeth as payment?
Depends on how many of those teeth you have.
I
in the
don't have
majority
any.
of
It
the
was just a
gold.
question. No.
I liked it.
You.
As I see it, if we've got an impression to make and a status to prove, as you keep saying, then it's probably worth an investment into looking the part this evening.
Then, by all means, I shall escort you down to House Goldtooth, and we'll see what they can put together for you.
Okay. So you take a morning stroll after taking in a light breakfast. And you make your way. I've lost it now. Where's the bloody number 7?
Top left, I think.
Top left.
Just north of
Under
the
14.
Oh, I
northwest
see.
of the-
Yeah,
yeah.
I see. Yeah. So it's really not far at all, actually, House Goldtooth. You make your way past kind of a busy thoroughfare of people on their way to work. I think after spending the night here now, you'd notice that Last Hollow is quite a humid temperature. The amount of greenery that the elves have taken great care to curate within the city limits does give like lovely fresh air, and you can still hear the waterfall kind of cresting over the precipice, just in, if you listen very carefully. But it is quite humid indeed. But as you approach House Goldtooth, you see a minimalist stone building with fancy drapes kind of unfurling out of the top window with like really intricate woven designs sewn straight into them. You know, maybe about 50 yards down the road, you encounter a pair of young orcs pushing a cart packed 15 feet off the ground with luxurious textiles. And a couple of them give a respectful nod to Gilchrist Savory on the way.
I was going to say, on the way down, I would have fallen in alongside Mia and attempted to engage her in conversation.
Shut it!
I made note of a comment you said yesterday. We were unaware of your status. Would you mind informing me as to what that is?
I thought you were looking into us all.
We have limited sources of information here. Those of a more exotic heritage would be beyond our information gathering capabilities.
Exotic. Yeah. Yes, well, my status doesn't really mean anything here, I suppose, but on the water plane in the city of Sargrangula, where I'm from, I do okay.
In relation to what the ruling house and noble house, I don't know how such affairs are arranged on the elemental planes, of course.
Yes, my mother is the Empress of Sargrangula.
And would you be her firstborn, her secondborn?
I'm her firstborn, though perhaps not the heir to the throne.
So firstborn, but not designated crown princess.
I don't think so, no.
You seem uncertain.
But things change. Well, I just haven't spoken to my mum in a while. She's very changeable.
Changeable as the tides, I imagine.
Yes, very good. Yes. As far as I know, and as far as I hope, I'm not looking to inherit anything.
But you wield considerable influence, one would imagine.
Yeah, you would imagine that.
I see a certain disconnect between reality and imagination there.
We'll see what I remember my past when we're at this ball, shall we? It's been a while. I wasn't particularly fond of them.
Oh. May I take it from that you are reserving me a spot on your dance card?
Of course. Anyone who wishes for a dance with me shall.
I shall look forward to it. And head back to the head of the column.
Yeah, any other chats while we're heading down? Anything to discuss?
Can I have a quick word on the side with Jacob? He's just gonna come over, and as we walk in, she's just gonna look up at you because that's the only way she can look, and say, "Hey, are you okay? You feeling good?"
I don't know. It's a lot to take in. The city has changed. I don't know how much those changes are due to what's been happening with realities and how much is to do with what's happened since my father stepped down. It's not nice being back here. There are people I want to meet, but not while we're being. It'd have to wait until after they've affirmed who I am, I think.
Must feel a bit anxious or nervous. I know I would if I remember where I was from.
I know who I am, so they can't do anything but approve me, I assume. But yeah, it's not nice to be here.
Nervous about it.
I am, because
it's not the grand entrance, maybe, that you had imagined. Did you imagine this moment in the last?
I thought I would turn.
Yes.
I thought we would turn up, be escorted to my father's throne, and for him to greet me and tell us what he wanted, what help he needed.
You know,
and to get here and he's not even on the throne anymore. Hasn't
I
been for some time.
really like this place. I mean, I don't know much about it, but there's lots of greenery, they clearly care about the nature here, and it I like
I
it
think
very
it's
much.
more that they've learned to live with nature here. Nature, unstoppable. I learnt in the woods. You can spend, and while keeping the farm, you can fight nature, but at the end of the day, it always wins.
You know, whatever happens, you know, this family here for you, and you've got extended one and cousins and people you don't even knew about, I guess. But always remember that whatever happened, you know, you still have your other family too.
You are the family that chose me, that found me. I may be related to these people, but I don't know them.
I'm sure they're all great. Just cheer up.
It's just so strange. There are people I knew in this city from years back that I don't know even if they are here still. I'd love to go exploring by myself because they would not like to maybe.
Don't do that. That never ends well. Last time you went exploring yourself, this happened, and the fangs and the scales and whatnot. So, we're here for you anyway.
I think exploring the city of Last Hollow is a bit different from exploring a cursed demonic temple.
Well,
hopefully, at least.
One can only hope, right?
Yes, and at least I know this city.
A female in sandals, baggy trousers, a fez, a waistcoat, green-skinned, with small tusks, kind of leans over to you as you arrive. Did you say demonic temple?
No?
Yes, far away from here. Far, far away.
I'm glad about that. What can we do for you here at House Goldtooth?
Well, we
They
need
are to attend
outfits.
the Esterfax ball. They need appropriate attire.
Oh, but that is tonight, is it not?
Then they will need speedily prepared and appropriate attire. Your skill, your reputation are not unwarranted. Now you have an opportunity to greatly enhance that reputation by doing so with speed.
Oh, my lord, it's not a case of speed or skill. It's merely a matter of materials. I must persuade you that there must be ready-made things, maybe in the falls market, you could pick up for quite a cheap price. I'll recommend you. Tell them House Goldtooth sent you. They'll give you a discount.
I don't believe discounts are a matter for consideration at the moment. We are looking for the best. We are prepared to pay for it.
Make a persuasion check with advantage, Gil.
So brains turn to mush all of a sudden.
What the fuck?
That was with advantage. Roll again.
With advantage, thankfully. I can't believe a crit fail is a 25.
Well, that's
crazy.
yeah. That's
Oh, that's because you've got a reliable talent style thing.
Yeah, you can only roll.
I know what you are now.
You roll 10 at minimum.
Yeah.
And
it's
then you roll
a 25. Yeah.
Wow.
Hi, Lord Chamberlain. I will ask you to speak to the master of the house. The young man is heading up things while his parents are away. He has a tendency to overpromise, but he is affable and hardworking.
I shall do so. And a word of advice: it does not behoove an employee to speak so frankly about his employer.
I take your advice under consideration, my lord, and I meant no offense. Please, right this way. And casting back a fancy curtain, you step into this boudoir come business place with comfy pillows and burning incense, dimly lit and sweetly scented. You step in, each of you, to find a young orc with a buzz cut and a kind of a top knot tied back behind his head. He wears intricately embroidered clothing with like a extended collar that's gold tipped and joined with a chain just across the collarbone. He has silken gloves, one of which is presumably missing, and sequins embroidered into this kind of patchwork leather trouser and a ostentatious gold belt buckle that might be more befitting on a barbarian warrior from times gone by. The reason you get to survey this so clearly is because young Master Goldtooth has his feet propped up on a desk and he's leant back in a chair, mouth agape and snoring audibly.
Well, they certainly look rushed off their feet.
Are you sure this is the best quality Gilcrest?
Let me attend to this. And I will lean forward until my face is no more than 3 inches away from his.
Oh my god.
This is not the way to be woke up.
Oh no.
And with a firm grip on his ankles, tip him backwards to the point where he's about to overbalance and then drop his ankles back onto the desk while rocking backwards so I don't get a head.
Wait, it's been so long, I forgot. Gilchrist is a dick.
he instinctually swings his arm out and kicks his legs twice in the air before shunting himself forward and nearly hitting his head on the desk. Hey there, what's the meaning of this? Oh, my head really hurts.
Hard at work, Goldtooth?
Oh, my goodness, it sounds like a voice from beyond the grave. Gilchrist, is that you?
It most certainly is.
Oh, I thought I was having a nightmare.
No, that's what's about to happen if you don't sober up and pay attention to your duties.
Oh, what is it this time? You want more purple robes?
Not for me today, and I will step back and out of blocking his view so that he can see the crowd in front of him.
Oh, my.
Are entertainees for the ball tonight, newly arrived in town without the finery requisite for such an event.
Oh, my goodness, excuse me. And he gets to his feet. He puts his hand over his chest and, my name's Dallas Goldtooth. Good to meet you. Under normal circumstances, I'd be more than happy to outfit you, but you are quite a uniquely sized bunch, and I may be able to prioritize a couple of bespoke pieces for y'all, but everybody needs to be dressed right up to the nines, Gilchrist?
At least one of this party is of noble blood, and there is a member of royal lineage here. So those two, at the very least, will require prioritization, to use your word. I would suggest the consort of Lady Montenay is also equally well attended to.
Lady Montenay, I know that name. Would that be you, young miss? Pointing towards Tisha.
Yeah.
Hello. Dallas Goldtooth, pleasure to make your acquaintance, and welcome to Last Hollow. And he reaches out to take your hand.
She lets him, but she's surveying his teeth to see if he's got any gold teeth.
Make a perception check. With a 25, you see one lone golden tusk protruding from his lower jaw, which still protrudes after he purses his lips to kiss you on the hand.
Thanks. Hi.
Hello there, and Mr. Gilchrist says you have your betrothed is in tow.
Yes. Ready?
Freddie's like, and he kind of like pumps his chest out and steps forward. Frederick Rosemantle of Silvercrest. You are mighty skinny. You are not even packing out that outfit, son. You need to get some better fitting clothing.
And Dallas,
Well,
before you exhaust your reserves of obsequiousness, I introduce you to Her Royal Highness Crown Princess Mia of the Waterplane.
I'm sorry, princess of the entire waterplane.
No, just a big city.
Oh, I have never had the pleasure. Tell me, how does fabric kind of work if you live on the waterplane? I don't get it. Don't you all just swim about wearing nothing but coral and seaweed?
I
You'd
would
think,
also,
wouldn't you?
you might want to rein in your offensive speculation in favor of actually doing some work here, Goldtooth.
Oh, Gilchrist, you really know how to keep the fun going, don't you? I'll tell you what. My current reserves, I could outfit these lovely ladies and this squirrely young man at trade price. But if anybody else wants some extra tailoring work doing today, it's going to cost you. What about you, that is a nice metallic jacket you're wearing. And god damn, you're tall.
Yes, I'll need something to cover all of this. Look a little more appropriate for a formal event.
Quite. I ain't never outfitted anybody of your stature before. Like I said, this is going to cost you. For the formal wear by tonight, for the ladies, depending on what they want, we're talking 5,000 gold pieces each.
I believe we've gone
Oh,
from
boy.
obsequiousness to ridiculousness, Dallas.
Oh, are you kidding me? I've been working on the rest of these Esterfax mana ball pieces for weeks.
Then I'm sure your fingers are well versed in the art of preparing finery. You've had weeks of practice. Let's hear something a bit more realistic.
You can make another persuasion check at advantage, Gilchrist.
Summoning all my powers of dickishness.
I love your dickish. Well, it's not directed at us. 31.
Jesus.
Well, far be it from me to disappoint the representative from House Savory. I know that in future, one day, House Savory and House Goldtooth are going to be like peas in a pod, and we're going to be running the biggest events this side of Cerulea. So it's fine. I can come down to 3,000 gold pieces for the ladies and something more like 500 for the gentlemen. Oh, and you, miss, looking down at Tilly, obviously, halflings get half price. That's the rule, huh?
That's fantastic because I'm only half the size. I want something quite simple, so that it doesn't detract from, our other ladies that need something fancy.
Well, something which may complement your small frame while shining a light on those around you. I could do something like that, sure.
Go for the dog, maybe.
Of course. I'll throw that in for nothing. I'll just have to take a couple of hours, maybe take some measurements. Shul, get back in here. I need you. And the attendant from outside comes in with like loads of rope and chalk and fabric rulers and kind of things like that. And Shul and Dallas go to kind of take all your measurements, and we can describe the outfits that you come up with or they come up with. But if you want to deduct the total price, if you want formal wear,
So
You
it
guys
was
can add it up.
3,000 each for me and Tisha and Freddie, or no?
500
no.
for Freddie.
Yes. So yeah, the more ostentatious outfits down to 3,000. I think 1,000 did we say for the gentleman, and then 500
for the gentleman.
for 500 for the
Is it
gentleman.
5 for a
You said-
gentleman?
Okay,
And then is it 250 for Tilly?
correct.
And sorry, how much did you say for Freddie? I missed that. Was it 3,000 because it's ostentatious?
Accompany it wouldn't be as ostentatious as Tisha's outfit, but I'm going to say 1,500, of
Okay.
which Freddie would be able to contribute that. Freddie will pay for his own outfit.
All right.
So
Okay.
don't worry about that.
Okay. Wow.
What are we looking at? What's the damage?
7,250.
17.
7,250.
It's expensive.
Can knock it off the ship's funds. One.
I mean, I can pay for mine. That's because it's little, but whatever you guys want to do.
No. Yeah, we couldn't. I'm happy. Whatever. I don't have any money to my name, so.
Oh, right.
Because you lost all your money.
It's in the abyss.
Perils of being reborn.
I left
Oh,
my
in a new
wallet in the
body.
abyss.
I left, I left my wallet in the
see.
other body.
Tisha, how much can you afford?
Did he say 3,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, not that. Maybe we could do like an IOU based on the trade deal.
We have the money. It's just whether you want to take it from your own personal money or whether you want to take it from the ship's stash of money. I was thinking I might pay half and then take the other half from the ship's stash.
Yeah, I could do that.
All right.
I could do that.
Everybody else.
Yeah, I can pay mine.
You have to
Okay.
designate it the PR budget.
I can
Yeah,
pay.
if I remember correctly, Mr. Castor wanted us to bring trade goods. So if you just want this dress for one night, then we just include it in the stock we bring back to the town and they sell it.
We could rent. No, that wouldn't work.
I don't think it works with a tailor like that.
No. Yeah.
This is like sending something back to ASOS.
Just don't take the tag off.
No,
and it'll be fine.
yeah.
Sorry, did you bring us to ASOS?
Smoke. What would you like to do? 500.
I can pay for my own. Gold is no matter.
Right. Right. Cool. I'll deduct what I owe from that, and I'll deduct 3,500 from the ship.
Okay. With that score, folks, I'm going to tell you, you are going to get advantage on all your charisma rolls while you're wearing those outfits.
Ooh,
Nice.
that's cool.
Obviously not wearing them yet, but obviously you need to know what you're getting for your money.
Yeah.
Gilcrest, and the Remainers, myself. Is there
If you,
another place we could go find that could do for tonight?
Oh, I believe you're being outfitted from here now.
Oh, am I? Okay, sorry.
Lady Mir, Her Royal Highness, has already established you can afford funds.
Brilliant.
I'm good for Royal Highnessing as well, by the way. It's okay. You don't. I wanted you to know that I'm not like a peasant, but you don't.
Tilly does a curtsy to you with a smile.
The assistant, while she's taking a few measures up, says to Gilcrest, Mr. Savory Chamberlain, it's most unusual not to have an appointment. Of course, we would clear our calendar all day with some advance notice. Are these guests unexpected?
They were. They are here now. they are the situation with which you are faced. You will, of course, earn favor with House Savory for performing this task adequately, or even beyond adequately.
Well, it is fortunate that we keep the best silks and fabrics from the Western Isles stocked up. That's how we've made our fortune, and we appreciate your assistance. It has been a long time since Orc House and Elf House cooperate for mutual, how do you say, benefit. And I'm happy to be at the forefront of that.
Well, these things happen when you're in trade rather than in, the business of power, but
Very well. The Mr. Goldtooth informs me that the outfits will be ready to pick up by before sunset, assuming the gathering at Esterfax Manor is still happening when scheduled.
the gathering is indeed. The ladies will be escorted down here sometime before sunset, should you require any final fittings, of course.
Most gracious. Everything will be ready, and our measurements are precise, and our fabrics will be precisely cut. Whatever it is you have to make in further preparation for the ball, I wish you the best of luck, and we'll see you here later.
Very well. I shall send runners down to check on your progress throughout the day.
Could you maybe send them with some extra pins? I'm totally out. I'm sorry.
That can be arranged, and I'll just send one of the corporals from the escort, someone with a bit of nous about them.
Mm-hmm. They are dispatched forthwith. What else, if anything, would we like to accomplish for today?
I believe the ladies would probably like to accessorize.
Bitches be accessorizing.
I hadn't even thought about that. Shoes?
Yeah.
Like the market? I don't know. There's a lot going into the outfit, so accessories are just, easily done.
For expedience, if you want accessories, you can roll me a d20. 10 or above, you get what you're after. Below 10, you have to make do with what you can find.
I will burn 2 inspirations for the ladies.
Oof.
Wait, what?
Gilchrist is making sure you can find what you need.
D20?
Mm-hmm.
Plus a d12.
Yeah, you guys get what you need, and you can reveal what that was. But presumably, taking you back around the fall market, you're able to get what you need. You can leave us in suspense as per your accessories.
As we now think about them.
Right? Yeah.
While they're doing that, I would stand next to Smoke and. Am I to understand from what you said earlier, you intend to attend the ball in armor?
This is not quite armor. I'll roll up like my sleeves and like flex my arm, and you can see that the metallic sheen is it moves like fluid with my it is my skin.
I see. Well, I imagine that doesn't take a polish.
Not that I've ever tried. Still looks in shape though. Oh, this flex.
He's basically it's Colossus, isn't he? Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, Greg, if you're familiar with the item. I think it's from the Mystic Odysseys of Theros, the molten bronze skin.
It's a silver version, is it?
It's a mithril version.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Just gotta put a nice tax on it, Mr. Smoke. Nice black. something to cover it. Ah, you look great.
Did you want to head to the forge, or which forge did you want to head to, Tilly?
Whichever one Gilchrist can appoint me to.
Well, there's a number of forges in the Overcity. There are one or two in the Undercity that produce more esoteric items. What was it you had in mind?
Well, for something that I need, hopefully it's not going to be too difficult, but it might be unusual. I need a sickle. Ones that druids use to cut herbs and mistletoes. The one that I have a small version here, small steel, but I needed the blade to be made of gold.
I see. It's a common enough implement. A lot of our herb gatherers use them. So as long as it's a reputable forge, then I shouldn't see any need to trek into the more exotic reaches of the Undercity.
To go to kind of counter that a little bit, I would say that most of the people who work in manual labour work in the Undercity, and you've got a higher statistical chance of finding what you need down there. That's where they're most likely bought and sold.
Okie dokie. We'll
Sorry.
Walk back what I just said then.
I mean, if I waited, I don't really need it straight away. Do you think they could just use the molds they have, but instead just melt gold coins I give them? I don't know how smithing works, so I don't know.
I am no metallurgist or smith myself. I can arrange for someone to be consulted, and another corporal gets sent off to ask questions.
Okay.
I have a limitless supply of corporals to send to do
Yes,
things.
they're just all
Busybody
over the place.
everywhere.
All corporals, all the way down.
Yeah. The majority of the Dragon's Vanguard are all corporals. Someone goes off to inquire about sickles and smelting and gold. You notice they head eastwards towards the kind of the main forge. It's more of a kind of state-owned infrastructural forge rather than like a commercial private forge. But that is where, upon Gilchrist's orders, someone would go naturally. They may return later, they may not, with a bill or nothing. We'll see. I'll roll for it. What else? Anything else from anyone? Tisha?
Tisha would like to know. Well, she's going to go to Smoke, I think, and say, any idea where Nain is?
Last I saw her when we were disembarking the ship with the rest of the crew.
Yeah. She
Perhaps
wasn't
she's held
spotted.
Perhaps she's held up at the
Part of the
tavern,
family.
or if I know Nain, perhaps sleuthed off and found her own way around town.
Yeah. I want to go and find her.
You want to go to the Last
Wonder.
Watch Tavern?
I think I do, but not alone.
Of course, I'll join you.
Gilchrist, you
I
are more
would
than
detach two of the guards if they want to go on their own. As it's Tisha, they would just be sent with an escort of two guards.
Okay, that's fine. So Smoke and Tisha head towards the Last Watch Tavern with two guards falling in behind them. The Last Watch Tavern is called the Last Watch because it has a bit of a dual meaning. It is the final building before the fall cranes and the rocks. And out of the window of the Last Watch Tavern, you can see right over the waterfall and kind of across the bay, but also it's where the kind of City Watch and Dragon's Bane Guard go to let off some steam after their last watch. So you, as you kind of walk along to the very edge of the waterfall, you get to the last watch. It's 3-story in, and you see various, on and off duty guards exchanging chat, smoking, different pipes, and you get the feeling that it's extremely safe walking through the kind of market square. There's very little sign of any bad behaviour, and you go up to the Last Watch Tavern. Bear with me. Where's my? Sorry, I've got so many different notes for this. Hold on. Can somebody just tell me what number the Last Watch Tavern is?
22.
Thank you. Aha. You go into the Last Watch Tavern, Tisha, Smoke, and the 2 guards. And you are greeted by a... is it magic? Is it a recording of some kind? The barkeep, seemingly a construct of sorts, moves effortlessly towards you, almost kind of like constructed out of like a barrel that's kind of armored in some way and has multiple arms sticking out at different, kind of looks like pop-up pirate, like turning around as they walk with like different arms extending high and low. And their kind of top kind of bucket head with like 2 silver eyes that kind of rotate and focus as you walk in, greet you gleefully. Hello, welcome to the Last Watch Tavern. I'm Basher. How can I help you?
And Smoke and say, this one's on you.
Do you remember, did you ever meet Halvard? Anyway, 2 mugs of ale and somewhere to sit.
Halvard is a dwarvish name, common amongst dwarves from Calahunda. I was built by a dwarf. His name was not Halvard.
His real name Michael Sheen. This is a character, right? I've seen before. Anyway, carry on. Sorry, that was Lucy, not Tisha.
2 mugs of ale?
Please.
Yes.
Very informative.
Coming right up, and basically levers and steam kind of like curses out of a few different vents and robotically pulls 2 pumps at the same time before 2 holes in the bar open up in front of you and 2 freshly poured flagons of ale emerge from platforms that rise up from the bar and then lock into place.
Wow.
Cool.
Yeah, not seen that before. Tisha's going to take. Can we have a look around and see who's around?
You are most welcome.
Thank you very much. Do we pay? How does that work?
Make a perception check, Tisha.
There's a slot to put the money in, maybe?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, you said it, and there's no perception check required. With a
That was
quick
true. There you go.
yeah, Basher has a coin slot that protrudes from like a metal column outside of his body, and it lights up once the mugs lock into place on the bar.
Nice.
Pretty cool. Does it say the cost on his eyes? Like, how does...
That'll be 1 silver piece each.
I'll get these, Smoke.
Just pay in copper. Just like 1 copper pieces for 20, right?
Hello. Yeah. Okay, I do that, and we can take our drinks.
With the crit perception check, you would see that this bar, like Basher, is required to operate 24 hours a day because the shifts kind of roll, back to front and are never ending. So you see a lot of tired guards like taking a load off, swapping stories about their latest excursions. Mainly about, with that perception check, dealing with trouble in the Undercity and kind of having to crack a few skulls. But it's not long before you see your familiar sister kicking back with Shamselvuk, but she kind of looks bored. He seems to be like midway explaining through some complex arcane theory, and she literally, it's like he's not even registered that her eyes are nearly rolling into the back of her head. And she turns to see you. Finally.
Finally? What do you mean, finally?
Well, you dropped us off yesterday, and you're only just turning up now. Where have you been? What have you been doing?
Well, there's a lot to. We've got family here. Do you know it? You've been here before?
Ugh, I've never been here before. Why would you ever want to come to a place like this?
The guy I met yesterday said you or I had been here before, unless he's mistaken us for somebody else. But it wasn't you, and it wasn't me. There's another of us. Anyway, I think we've got family here. Like, I think I met a cousin, Emerith, I think. Basically, I'm being treated very, very well, but I don't know who these people are. What do you know?
I know that this place, like so many places in Inelian, Menelambir, is just an incestuous hole of covetous, grasping nobility. And I can't stand it. It's stifling. All these people kind of throwing their titles at each other, lording their finances over each other. This is why I left Inelian in the first place. These are not real people. It's not a real society. This is just a venture capitalist wet dream.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I love mine.
But we're going to a ball. And I think you should come too.
You would not catch me dead at a ball.
Could you go in?
Where are you going? Why?
I don't. We've been invited. Everything is being checked. I'm getting a modicum of respect, and Mia is now, but the rest of everybody's been treated with massive amounts of suspicion. Jacob doesn't even know what's going on, and nobody trusts him. And now we're going to a ball, and we still got to do trade. I don't know. It's a lot, but we're waiting.
You trust these people?
No, I don't.
I'm surprised they've not rinsed you for everything in that boat. I've spent time below deck. You've got a lot. You brought a lot all the way across the Isles. Don't just give it away at a moment's notice, and don't sign anything until you've read it twice.
Good advice. Smoke. It's good advice. But we haven't made any deals yet. I think that's happening today, tomorrow. I don't know. We're waiting to meet with somebody as well.
Who are you going to meet?
Person that I've forgotten the name of. The person in charge that we've been waiting for, her diary to become, to come free.
I heard the guards talking about Duchess Savory. She married into the Savory family. She's not even a noble like, the rest of these purebloods are. They speak so disparagingly about half-elves and kind of, commoners. This place is full of narcs. Honestly, it might seem nice on the surface, but I bet there's rot underneath. Just like there was in Inelian, Grandma and Grandpa. They're not good news. You got to watch out for the elven houses.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. But it's just, I don't know, we're just sort of figuring things out in the last day or so. I don't think they like Freddie.
Of course they don't. He's human. The elves won't say they're racist, but we know different.
Yeah. Oh well.
Anyway, can I make myself useful? I'm not going to a ball.
Maybe you could get Smoke some idea of kind of being there but not being in there. I don't know. It could all go really, really well.
Magics are your forte. You can hide behind me if you want, but I don't think that'll get you very far.
I mean, in terms of I don't know.
You want me to like spy for you?
Kind of just be there in case everything goes Pete Tong. And you start seeing firebolts being thrown around, that kind of thing.
Oh, you need backup.
That's right, backup.
Okay.
You could attend the ball, ironically. It's kind of like a joke.
Yeah. Ha.
I could definitely make an appearance.
Oh God.
Tisha, you know that stuff you were doing on the boat over the past 10 days? You're like learning how to,
Yeah. Oh, I know. But I don't have any of the kit.
What is it that you need?
Oh God, it's a list. Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Okay. I think this is what I need. If not, it might just be some elements. But I need a glass stirring rod, a small mortar and pestle, a patch of common alchemical ingredients, salt, powdered iron, and purified water. I think I'll be okay. I think I've got glass beakers and a metal frame to hold the beaker in. I need that.
She leans down to you. You need an alchemist kit.
That's what I need.
To make what? To make what I think you want to make?
Bit of fire. Oh, also, I got something else yesterday. A beaker, a tankard of dragon's breath. More fire.
Sounds like you've been taken in by some marketing.
I know that's the other thing that I bought. I've got a few beakers, okay, or tankards. It's a lot.
Tisha, do you have to spend all the money in your pocket, or do you always like this? Want.
I have just spent quite a bit on a dress too. I didn't have a choice, so we had to.
I'll get you what you need, but I could also probably get you what you need it for. I heard a few of the boys talking about some, and she says this really quietly, gunpowder traders in the undersea. It's illegal. But
Got
I think it's also explosive.
Sounds amazing.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay. Sounds great. But be careful.
Anything to evade another of Shamselvuk's stories.
Seems to have recovered well from the seasickness.
Oh, he's in his element. Hey, Shammy, I'm leaving. You'll be all right here, won't you? Oh, already? Have we been? Oh, sorry, I just got carried away with myself. No, I've got plenty of reading to catch up on. And she kind of gives you a knowing nod, Tisha, and looks up to you, Smoke. Anything that you need while I'm down there?
No, I don't think so. I'm just trying to keep an eye on this place, try and gain an understanding of it. Don't know how it works in this kind of place.
Well, keep an eye on Jacob, will you? If he's still the hopeless idealist he was in Maloon, then this place is going to eat him alive.
Yeah, that's the kind of idea I get from this place.
Okay. Well, good luck. I'll be here tomorrow night if I don't see you at the ball.
Are you going to make a grand entrance?
Yeah, maybe.
Don't worry. Don't spoil the surprise. That's fine.
Shamselvuk.
Okay.
Seen more of you in this tavern than I have on an entire sailing expedition. What have you been doing with yourself?
What does any good scholar do, Smoke? Instead of bending our wills to covering our bodies in metal that we don't know the origins of, or let alone the side effects. I've been reading, learning. I'm a man of study.
What have you been learning?
Well, I ran short of scrolls and supplies after the first 10 days, so I'm pretty confident that I know the ingredients of, well, every meal that we produced in the past 20 days, and the different forge signatures of the different swords and other equipment that the... Oh, do you know what? I'm really bored. Could you find me something?
Why don't you find yourself something? Are you allowed to even leave? Is the whole crew holed up here in this tavern?
Well, we were told that we should remain here, and a lot of the crew have taken that quite literally and kind of slept on the bar last night. But I think as long as we leave with one of these gentlemen, then we're free to come and go as we like. And he points to the guards. Is there a library or a repository, a historical society, anything, please? I need to speak to someone who's learned.
Well, go and make yourself useful. Find something to study before we get back on the ship. Make sure it proves useful to the crew.
Right, you are. Sorry, we are getting back on the ship? We're not going down the waterfall this time, are we? And he starts to turn a bit green at the thought.
You're a man of study. Find it out.
Okay. Sorry, we're a bit late there, but we will take a 20-minute break. If that's okay?
Sounds great to me.
Alrighty.
Cool.
See you shortly.
Dinner.
Bye.
come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For she who'd led us towards the light, the ballad of the white stag. Chairwoman sat at her desk one day while the rain came down so hard. She met 5 white stags who brought the sunshine back, and she made them all town guards. She was crossed by a gnome who armed some bombs that would make the dogs into a pond. But the stags were too wise for the tiny gnome, and they sent him back to Gond. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For heard we not had stayed the night, the ballad of the white stag. She roused her men at the feasting hall, and she took the stags to the city wall. With a lightning strike and a nasty fall, the chairwoman saved us all. When the nightfall came, the chanting stopped, and I nearly spilt my drink. For in the dark, with Mistress' aid, she turned the walls to pink. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. Thought heard we'd not had stayed the fight, the battle of the white stag. Now the chairwoman wields her family sword, and her brother wears a mask for the forgers' guilds and traders too. There's not too much to ask, so come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. So come gather near and lend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. Hey ho! Welcome back. We were just having a break, and where we left it, we had Nain reacquainting herself with Tisha and Smoke at the last watch, while Smoke sent Shamsul off to make himself useful. I'm sure that'll definitely come to fruition. Question is, what are Tisha and Smoke heading back to reconvene with the group? Doing anything else?
Oh yeah, I was meant to try and look. So this is going back to my notes for a while. Did you say that the guards that are with us are Dragonsborn, or was that
Dragonsbane guards?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're not Dragonborn. Make a little insight, history, or perception check, whatever you like. You've been walking around the city for a day or two.
History will do. Oh, crit.
Oh,
21. On
nice. History. Okay. So from the chatter that you've picked up and the plaques you've read, and as you've walked around the city, the Dragonsbane Guard were an elite military force in the settlement wars who were crowned Dragonsbane because they assisted Gideon Lecheria in the defeat of Ralatheme, an emerald dragon that seemingly presided over this area and in this waterfall before human beings turned up.
I think we've had that name before, but could you repeat the name of the dragon?
Raulotheme.
Can you spell it?
Yeah, it's in the map number 3.
It's Jacob. It was Jacob's emerald with dragon winged longbow. Was to do with it as well. I think the one we got at the auction. That's now in the abyss.
With a crit success, though, you would also have picked up that once a scourge of the Western Isles, over the past 5 or 6 years, it seems as though more and more soldiers from the Dragon's Main Guard are retiring and not getting replaced. The ones who remain complain of being short supplied. And during peacetime, there seemed to have been very little for them to do other than putting it about in the Undercity and maintaining excessive levels of order, let's say.
So the original origin, it was more directly tied in with Jacob's father.
Correct.
And
it was set up by...
He's not around, and it's kind of like,
Yeah.
Okay.
You get the picture.
Yep.
Okay, so anything else you want to do?
I'm all good.
Nope.
Okay. Lucas, I'll ask you what Tilly specifically was after, like a scythe made of gold. Explain that to me.
I mean, I'm not sure what else to add to it. It's literally a component of a spell that I need, and it's a small scythe, like like druids use, like in Asterix and Obelix and Panoramix has this.
If it's a spell component, does it have to have a monetary value?
It didn't have anything. No, it's actually it's actually quite fun because it's not the scythe itself that's a component. Mm-hmm. It's what I collect with it is the component. So okay. It's non-descriptive, non-monetary value. It just needs to be a blade made of gold.
Then you can roll me a d20 and get 5 or more, and we'll see what happens.
Boom. 10.
Okay. At some point throughout the afternoon, Gilchrist, your corporal returns to you, having not ventured from his appearance into the Undercity, but has brought you a ceremonial golden scythe from the Guild of Cropsmen and Farmhands. They present this like ceremonial scythe that's kind of symbolic of their guild to you in a box with crushed purple velvet in the inside, and a letter saying to House of Ori on behalf of all the farmhands and crop gatherers on the Western Isles.
Well, overall.
I think sorry to interject. I think I might have made a little bit of a mistake, which probably will make sense to you after I explain it. The word that I was supposed to use instead of scythe is sickle.
Scythe, sickle is fine.
Right, okay. Because one is giant and one...
Yeah, we can say it's extendable. There you go.
Fantastic.
Yeah, scythes tend to be straight blades on a stick rather than moon-shaped blades.
True.
Will this suffice for your needs?
Oh, yes, I think so. It looks rather amazing. How much does it cost?
Well, it appears to have been given as a gift. However, and would I know roughly how much gold has been used in the blade?
You can make a perception or insight check at disadvantage. With a 15, your best guess is 250 gold pieces.
I'm sure if you simply replace the raw materials, they'll be able to.
I'd be more than happy to make what do you call it, donation.
Absolutely.
Thank you for finding this. I had not the first clue where to even start.
Oh, we'll arrange to get these funds over to the guild and thank them appropriately.
I appreciate that. Maybe if we have time in the future, I could go and meet them. You know, they appreciate the nature in the same way that I do.
I'm sure you would have much to discuss.
If you take the scythe, you can, Tilly, make a perception or insight or history check if you want.
Will do. Perception. Let's do it. 19.
Okay. With a 19, you take the scythe and you notice carved at the base of the blade near the top of the shaft is two E's drawn kind of back to back. Kind of looks like a butterfly, but it's definitely two E's.
Oh. Do you know what this means?
Who are you asking?
Would I?
Gilchrist.
Gilchrist, I'm not going to make you roll. You have no idea.
I'm
Mystery.
afraid I've not encountered that marking before.
I'll be happy to find out when we have some time in the future. Once we passed all the formalities. Thank you once again.
Oh, not a problem at all.
Jacob. Sorry, go on. No,
I was just gonna say, beneath the formal and strict exterior, I think a very good person sits inside, like a gooey, warm center. I got you speechless, didn't I? It's okay. Don't feel like you need to answer.
A hay bale flutters across the street as the awkward silence persists. Jacob, is there anything you want to do since you're knocking about town before the ball?
There is, but also there isn't, because I don't want to.
Don't arouse suspicion or draw attention to it?
That.
Okay.
I would like to visit the Temple of Lathander, though, briefly. I would say that to Gilchrist. Can we visit the temple? Before I left the city, I spent some time there, so it'd be nice to see how that has changed.
Yeah, that can be arranged. There have, of course, been some changes, as you would expect.
Yes.
The high priest was elderly and retired, so there is a new high priest in place there.
Oh.
Oh yes, Zareen, who you may meet. She took over within a few weeks of our arrival here. The former holder of the post was ill, old, a combination of the two, which is rarely survivable. But survived to greet the new regime and sadly expired shortly after Aunt Jadena's arrival.
Marine, is she a Savory?
She is an Esterfax.
An Esterfax. Well, yes, it'd be nice to see the old temple if we could visit.
Okay. So you make your way upstream towards this island in the River Delta where this temple of Lathander exists. what you would notice, Jacob, with your passive perception, is that it has barely seen any maintenance whatsoever, even since you left. It is crumbling and in a state of dire disrepair. And as you make your way through the crumbling archway across onto the river, you pass a guard tower, and a Dragon's Bane guardsman steps out in front of you. Afternoon.
Afternoon. Here to visit the temple.
Oh, well, it's not a worship day, but I'm sure the High Priestess will see you if you're in this esteemed company, sir.
I'm certain she doesn't need to be disturbed just yet. If we should chance to meet her, that will be fine. But for now, I think we'll let the young man just walk around. He was born in the town, after all. Well,
Oh. Well, please, have a look around. And he seems to summon a hastily rehearsed line. May the blessings of the Dawn Father, you know.
May the light of a Lathander enhance your life.
Quite, yes. Sure. Go on in. Are you looking for anything in particular, Jacob?
I want to see who's about.
You can make an investigation check if you wish.
Thank you. Do.
With a 22, you look upon the crumbling stone steps with like crag moss and creeping vines protruding from the earth below. And as you make your way up the incline, a rotted doorway hangs open into a musty, earthen place of worship. And inside you see a tall female, cloaked in green, and she is hunched over a kind of bonfire in the corner of the worship space.
do I recognize that?
Yes, there's nothing unusual about this scene to you, Gilchrist. Sorry, Jacob?
I'd walk over and call out greetings.
Oh, she turns around, and with a cursory somatic gesture, casts a spell which puts out the fire. Greetings. May the blessings of the Morning Lord be with you. Who might you be, my son?
I am Jacob Stormcloak. I spent some time in this city many years by visiting with my companions and thought I'd come and see the temple, which I remembered fondly.
Ah, you're here with my nephew. I trust this is a sanctioned visit.
It is answering.
So good to see you, young man. I am looking forward to reacquainting with each other this evening.
Absolutely, I believe a certain portion of my evening is already spoken for. I'm on a number of dance cards already, you know me. But
Oh, you young folk. I mean, if there's cause for celebration, as the rumours suggest, then I'm not going to stand in your way.
oh, there are always toes to be stepped on in the political, if not physical sense.
And what was your name, young man?
I'm Jacob Dragonsbane,
Dragonsbane?
or
Son-
Stormcloak. I know I have gone by several names. I was recently named Stormcloak, but I have also gone by Dragonsbane.
Most mysterious. And she kind of shuffles in front of the desk. And her kind of she's very tall and lithe, but she kind of spreads herself out to kind of cast a more imposing figure. This is a gently spoken woman, but she's one of those authority figures that speaks so softly it makes you lean in and listen. Someone named Dragonsbane would usually traverse these steps because they were bastard or fatherless son of a fallen guard who'd fallen in service to the city. Is it the city you wish to serve?
I know the city. I do not know what I want. I'm just recently returned and wanted to look at the temple where I have fond memories. Some of the former priests. Are there still any of the old priests around?
I'm afraid Lathander's light went out for them many years ago, and I merely hold myself here as a custodian of a faith that was much more closely held in times gone by, purely out of respect for the past rather than a vision of the future.
And that is a shame. I had hoped to speak with, maybe look into the whereabouts of some people I once knew, but
There was a young priestess here, but she rejected my tutelage as she wasn't really amenable to the change in leadership. And she fled Last Hollow long ago. She had ambitions of resuming her worship in Crystal Spear. Indeed, there is a tiefling priestess of Lathander there named Devotion, who seems to court all kinds of optimistic devotion and idol worship, and it's really unbecoming, if you ask me. Priests and holy people are not supposed to be celebrities. They're supposed to do the Lord's work.
Indeed. Well, it is a shame to see the temple, that light has left this temple and that it's not as it was, but continue the work, I suppose, and hopefully he will favour you once again.
If Lathander's light does go out in Last Hollow, then the elven gods of Menelambir are sure to take his place.
Indeed. Thank you for your time. I do not wish to disturb your worship any further.
She bids you farewell and turns around and goes back. She casts the spell and lights the fire again. She grabs a few pieces of parchment from her desk and goes about what she was doing.
I'll see you tonight, answering.
I look forward to it, young Gilchrist.
Usher the group out. Did you wish to have a look around the temple more generally, or?
I think for now we should probably return. That is what time it's. The hour's probably getting on by now. We should maybe return and start preparing for tonight's events, maybe, Gilchrist.
I believe it is approaching lunchtime.
Well, maybe return for lunch and then meet back up with Smoke and Tisha at the castle, hopefully.
That can certainly be arranged. However, there are certainly congenial places in which to have one's lunch in the town itself.
Very well. I seem to recall a number of eateries in the west, near the West Market, some years back. Obviously, my knowledge is somewhat out of date.
Oh, I'm sure we'll find some. If you have a specific place you wish to go for nostalgia's sake, then by all means, guide me.
And yeah, okay. Jacob will sort of from the temple go up towards the West Market on number 11 on the map.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Is there a specific tavern or eatery you're thinking of from your past, Gareth?
Could be. I don't know. I can't remember the names of any. I don't think I've been given the names of any taverns in that area. But there would have been. That was the area where Jacob hung around a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So there would be places he knew there, and
Okay.
Because specifically, we go wandering up there to find a tavern, but he's keeping his eyes peeled for any familiar faces.
Okay. Sorry. This doesn't work like I was thinking it would work. Okay. Bear with me. Okay. So you head towards the West Market and you head towards a tavern that you frequented once you had cast off your Lecheria heritage and existed in Last Hollow as no more than a street urchin. This is where you made your friends and you took in the atmosphere of the kind of post-war Last Hollow as it was climbing out of the ashes of destruction left by your father and his battles with the Emerald Dragon. The plainly titled Dog and Worm is in a corner of the West Market that Gilchrist wouldn't even have thought to take a second glance at. You go in. They are one is human, the barkeep, and another seems to have a kind of more reddish hue, although isn't a tiefling. They just kind of have that kind of strange kind of red blush, and their hair seems to glow faintly like embers on a campfire. The Dog and Worm is just a dive. And there are dogs and dirt and traders that seem to have made their way to Last Hollow by road, and it is a long and perilous journey that very few make it out without, damage and peril. It's really a fool's errand unless you've got something really, really worthwhile. And the Dog and Worm seems to be the first place you might find after crawling through the West Gate after such an arduous journey. The male turns towards you and grunts at this comparatively well-dressed bunch of visitors who come in, assuming that like Smoke and Tisha might catch up at this point on the way, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
All right there. What can I do for you?
Are you
Some
sure
lunch?
this is where you want lunch?
I remember this place, Gilchrist.
Indeed, this hardly seems an appropriate setting for one of your claimed heritage. More what I
Yeah.
would expect from my first impression of you.
I've told you what happened when I left the castle. Just because I left the castle doesn't mean I left Last Hollow.
We don't usually get the likes of you lot coming round here in all your fancy fineries, but we do have drinks to sell. Even some fancy wines that just come from up the road. Not that much to eat, though. We could do, like, peppers and potatoes, I suppose. Maybe a lamb soup from yesterday. Will that do you, your lordships?
I'm
I'll take
happy
some
to eat
lamb
it.
soup.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
All right, then. Well, there's only one table with enough legs left to accommodate you all, and that's over there. Don't mind Ralph, he was asleep. We'll be with you when it's good and ready. I'd appreciate it if you don't cause any trouble until then. Until you've paid us, at least.
That's the point where I would step forward and say, what was that?
I said you need to pay us or get out!
I don't believe you even know who I am, do you?
And I don't much care unless you're a paying customer, sir.
How would you like to find yourself out of a job, out of a livelihood, and out of the city?
Oh, I've been saving up to leave the city for years. If you can offer me a fast track, I'd much appreciate it, sir.
Oh, I could very much offer you a fast track. You wouldn't necessarily be in a ship.
Maybe we could eat first before going down that route. Just quite hungry. Just a thought.
Yeah, those peppers, potatoes sounded delicious. I'd go for that.
They're not delicious, really. They're just all we've got, I'm afraid.
They're
Trying to help you, my friend.
the gifts of the nature.
They sound hearty.
Aye, that's a good description. Do you work in marketing, miss? I've been meaning to do up my menus for a while.
Oh, no, I've always fancied it, though.
Scorch will sort you out, won't you, darling? And she takes up a load of kind of crockery and under two kind of burly, especially for a female, arms. She kind of chucks them all into the back kitchen, and you hear relentless banging and crashing as different lights and fires and smells and temperatures emerge from the kitchen. And yeah, you take your seat. Sorry, sir, I missed all your promises. I didn't catch your name.
Savory, Gilchrist Savory, Chamberlain to the Duchess.
Oh, goodness me. I can assure you, sir, I filled in my tax return on time. What's the meaning for your visit? I did fill in my tax return, did Scorch! Did you send off that paperwork last month like I said? She just says, fuck off, from the back.
I'm sure we'll be able to locate that paperwork once I designate someone to look for it. And the year before. I think we'll check the last few years worth of paperwork, shall we?
Oh, well, of course, sir. Obviously, this being yesterday's meal, it's really not worth anything to me, and Scorch is only going to chuck it out later anyway. So it's on the house.
At the very least. You mentioned some
And at the very most, yes.
better class of wines.
Oh, sure. Well, at least the merchant said they were. It seemed like he'd really down to his last few supplies. But let's see. What have we got? Well, we have Crimson Mouth Merlot. It sounded a bit too fancy for my taste. But it's raisiny and quite corked.
I take it you're not an enophile of any description.
I'll have no such accusations made at me in my place of business, sir.
You are aware, of course, that corked is not a term used in polite company when referring to wine. It is not a complimentary term. It is, in fact, quite the opposite. Corked wine is ruined wine.
Oh, the gentleman asked me to pay a premium for it. Said it wasn't really usual. Oh, well, I've got this one. Some gnomes brought this one in. It's a white wine, and it looks a bit green, to be honest.
White wine with lamb.
Oh, well, I'll see what I can find in the cellar. I'm sure there's something down there. If you'll bear with me, sir.
Stop giggling at the back there.
And this human male runs off hastily, and you hear the creaking of a cellar door behind the bar open, followed by the sound of someone falling down the ladder, arse over tit. And you are left in relative solitude for a moment.
Could I I'll go over to the bar and place like a couple of gold pieces. I'll ask Gilchrist.
You realise you could probably buy the entire place with that.
Why do you talk down to these tavern owners so? They are here serving food to good people. Not good enough. Why should they be talked down to any more than we should?
And the food?
What was that?
Are you quite sure about the term food and the term good people?
City needs all levels to survive. It needs places to cater for every walk of life and every person who would who would visit the city.
It's all a matter of
This
perspective.
place is small and honest and not fancy. That doesn't mean I've had some of the best meals in my life in small taverns in the middle of nowhere.
This is hardly the middle of nowhere. And small taverns that serve the travelling merchants with considerable coin to rub together are a far cry from this shithole.
Tilly leans down and whispers to Smoke. He really got a soft, gooey center. I've seen it.
If you've seen it, then you have the eyes of an eagle.
It's a show.
And from that, near to where you put the coins down in the bar, Smoke, a dirty hand grabs onto the bar, and this human bartender picks himself up, literally pulling himself out of the hole, and with his other hand, he places a large, dark bottle on the counter. It's completely dusty, as is the barman himself.
I would cast prestidigitation on the bottle before even touching it with a gloved hand.
As he casts prestidigitation on it, he's brought up a locally brewed brown porter. It looks quite expensive. Not a wine, but definitely like better than a luxury ale, and would go quite well with lamb soup. Will that do you?
It's certainly closer to acceptable than anything else you've put in front of us so far.
Ale is good. I like a good ale.
And how many bottles of this do you have?
Oh, a whole case full. I think it was left here by a dwarf once, and he never came back for it. You know how the dwarves are, though. They brew good ale and porters in this case.
Open it and let any of the group who want to have a sniff of it decide whether it's something they want to pour down there next today.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if you take it and have a swig, it's nice. Yeah, really rich. Bit of a coffee aftertaste. But the human barmaid seems quite proud of it, and he seems to look like quite hopefully at your expressions as you drink it.
This is a good ale.
I know the Savory in our midst, but you guys aren't Savories, are you?
No. It's very fine.
We're just visitors to your lovely, lovely city.
Well, you're welcome here anytime. My name's Val. I'm sure Scorch in the back will have your food out post haste. And is this for me? And he picks up the couple of gold pieces, Smoke.
It is, thank you.
And he nervously glances towards Gilcrest before putting it in his pocket and shouting back, "Scorch! They're nearly ready!" So yeah, you're taking a nice meal. Nice enough meal. Jacob, is there anyone that you're looking for, or anything you're looking to find out while you're in the arse end of Last Hollow?
Well, I was looking to see if there was, as we walked along the streets to us, I was looking to see if there were any people I recognized. Any. I'm looking for traces of the people I used to hang around with, basically.
Okay.
I'm trying to do it surreptitiously.
You can make a perception check if you wish. Okay. With a 27, you see kind of milling about out of the front, and you can see through the kind of like elongated window a group of halflings who are either disembarking or loading up for a journey. It seems to be quite heavy work, and this is why you notice them. It takes like, at least as long as it takes you to finish their meal for them to get anywhere near ready. You knew a halfling when you were last here, and even if you don't recognize someone in particular with that check, you might be encouraged to ask.
Going outside a second, take some air, Gilcrest.
All right. I will send one of the guards with you.
Very well.
It's a corporal.
I'll go out and I'll go to the halflings and offer to help get them loaded. You do some hand.
We definitely could, yeah. Thanks. It's very nice of you. I didn't mean to disturb your lunch.
It's fine. I saw you in need of help, so I thought I'd offer a bit of help. Where are you off to?
Oh, we're just finished, collecting some supplies from the West Market, and we're going to send it up the river. The one just next to House Esterfax. They basically sit on the main aquatic trade route out of here, and we have to pay a toll every time we go, but it's one of the only ways to do business unless we trek up and down that mountain all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happened to my voice there, but whatever.
Well, it looks like you've got plenty of goods to trade.
You looking for something in particular?
Information more. I spent some time in Last Hollow many years ago and was friendly with a halfling. I don't know if you happen to know Kit Harfoot, do you?
Everybody knows Kit.
Oh?
Yeah, he pretty much runs the way station outside House Esterfax. It's not as popular as he used to be. Most of the traders accuse him of overcharging on the toll and keeping the profits for himself. And he's in with someone in House Esterfax, though, to get away with it.
He was always good with his words. Of course, when I knew him, he had that cute young child look about him.
Oh, is that... You're not casting aspersions on our halfling heritage, are you? We're not all children, you know.
No, it was when he was very young. This one.
Right.
From 30 years ago, maybe.
So, you knew him 30 years ago. Do you want us to pass on a message? What's your name?
You say he's at the way station, do you say? I might drop in to see him myself.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll still be there.
Yes,
Your
thank
name
you.
was?
Just tell him Jacob, Ellie's friend, was looking for him.
Oh, okay. Jacob,
He'll know who
Ellie's
I am.
friend. Will do. Thanks for helping out. I appreciate it.
No problem. Safe travels and good trading.
We're heading that way now if you want to hitch a lift. I'm sure the guardsmen will accompany you.
I look in towards the others. Skillcrest, signal Skillcrest. Like, can I go with them? And
I mean, I was inside with the rest of the group. I thought Jacob had gone out with just one guard as an escort.
Yeah. God, do you mind?
It's a little bit across town. Make a persuasion check, Jacob. Disadvantage.
Not my skill.
I better come with you, just in case.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go with them. Just talking to them, asking them about, as we travel, asking about the city, how trade's been.
They tell you that...
The guard wouldn't let them go on his own.
Yeah, he hasn't. He's gone with me.
Yeah, the guard's accompanying them. The guard asks to see like various trade paperwork, kind of sticking his neck out, doing a bit of investigatory work, and in that time, chat about like how things are, kind of trade-wise in Last Hollow come about. And the halflings are keen to tell you that although business is really good and their turnover is really high, their profits are kept quite low. Under their breath, one of the halflings says that the Chamberlain exacts extremely high tax rate from merchants in the Overcity. It's not enough to strangle trade, obviously, but they wonder where all the wealth is going, and certainly they're not inclined to ask too many questions, or risk the business drying up. It's not long before.
If the guard's distracted by talking about papers and things, Jacob might turn to one of them and ask. No, he can't. Doesn't matter. Ignore me. Change in character sheet. No longer speak a language. Speak a different language instead.
Okay.
It's fine.
You arrive at the this kind of way station where trade boats are being loaded up and sent upriver by, or certainly outside Esterfax Manor, which is where you'll be attending a ball later. This is like on the grounds of Esterfax Manor, like down from the gardens, you see this kind of trade post, and there are some well-dressed nobles inspecting carts, keeping records, exchanging vast sums of money. And there's a halfling kind of like barking orders at a few tradespeople so as not to aggravate their elven overseers.
Walk up towards him. So, putting those common lessons to good use, Kit.
Common lessons. Make a charisma check, Jacob.
Ba-ding. Did that wrong? Yeah, not very charismatic. Hey.
What are you on about?
Well, when I found you in the barrel, you barely spoke a word of common.
Barrel. I'm going to get him to make a history check. Found me in the barrel. And he like rubs his eyes a little bit. It's not you. It can't be you.
Ellie and me took you in.
Jacob.
Well met.
Oh, just hold on 1 second. Listen, just exchanges are off. 30 minutes. Take a break. And he kind of you see now this halfling man in his kind of like middle-aged for a halfling. It's difficult to say exactly how old he is, but he has like red hair that kind of falls back over his head into kind of like a wavy mop. He's dressed quite well. He has like a cravat shirt with like braces over his shoulders and pointed toe boots with silver buckles. He's surrounded by paperwork and bags of money. Where did you go?
I ran into the wrong crowd. They chased me out of the city.
Well, it certainly doesn't look like you're with the wrong crowd now. And he points to your guards person who's like approaching.
Well, you see, they don't believe I'm me. Well, not yet, at least.
Well, you don't much look like you. You're bigger and scalier than you used to be.
I've been a long way. I've been across the Isles and back. A lot has happened to me.
Well, you and me both.
Yeah. How have you gone from being our diversion to running the waypost?
Well, things fell into disarray when your father disappeared. It was kind of every man for themselves, and I kind of stuck my flag in this plot of land, and I'm ashamed to say I started charging a tax for people to leave. No one were to know any different. It was pretty lawless for a while.
Well,
And the elves came in. Go on.
Was this 5 years ago? He vanished, you say?
Yeah, it was weird. He put there were posters up for years and years looking for you. You know, your dad, however much you used to say how much you hated him, clearly was bending the entire city to try and find out where you'd gone. But I think maybe 5 or 6 years ago he, well, I don't know, gave up, absconded. Went to try and find you himself. The rumours are conflicting. But the elves came in and filled the power vacuum, and they saw how much money I was making, and they wanted a piece of it. They literally bought that house you can see right up the road. And I can't really do anything except work for them anymore. Always watching me, always exacting a toll. business is good, but I worry what might happen if there was ever a downturn, you know?
I don't know. A lot has changed. Is it just you with the old crowd around? Ellie, Quest, are they still about?
Not seen Quest for a long time. We fell out.
Oh,
Ellie's still about, though. She, yeah, let's say she makes her money keeping the upper crust happy.
oh. Do you think she'll forgive me for abandoning you guys?
It's ancient history. It's water over the falls, that, Jacob.
I
Just
didn't
glad
want
to
to
see
leave.
you're alive.
It's good to see you too. We only arrived yesterday on the ship out of Silvercrest.
Where are you staying?
Would you believe in the castle?
Oh. They've got to you too, have they?
They wish to. I'm not sure yet. And in this point, Jacob will talk, but he'll also sign with his hand. Is like they don't trust me. I think something's going on with them.
Make a sleight of
Something's.
hand check. Yeah, you can say whatever you want with your body language. You roll a 28.
I don't. Something's wrong. It's all too clean. The left-hander temple is destroyed. With this, with the Esterfax in charge, and all the old priests vanished.
It's a lot to say with a few gestures, but he says, "Oh, things really have changed. We shouldn't talk here, though, and we can't talk at the castle. If you manage to free yourself of your escort, we could have a candid catch-up. Maybe at the Green Lagoon."
Was the Green Lagoon there last time? Is that an existing pub that I would know?
It's not a pub, it's an actual Green Lagoon in the middle of the city.
Ah, right, the lagoon, yeah. The old spot.
He just nods. Well, if there's no more business to be had, we're going to resume work.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you for your time, Kit. And good trading to you all. To you.
He pats you on the back, and with his last pat, he kind of holds your shoulder or your arm as far as he can reach. And he looks earnest. Just make an insight check. With a 19, the way his grip lingers on your arm and his eyes, unblinking, stare at you with worry. Kit Harfoot is under constant surveillance and is worried. And he waves off the guard, and you can return probably back to see your friends at the Dog and Worm, having polished off a second round of porters. Is there anything else anyone would like to accomplish?
So Tilly, marks out of 10 for lamb soup.
Oh, I didn't try that. I don't eat meat.
Oh, okay. Good point.
I'm
I
sorry.
think it was missing some mushrooms. But very tasty, all the same.
I'd be more than happy to present some that could go along with a soupy creation, if you like.
Fill me up.
Roll me 3d6, Lucas.
I always have some mushrooms with me.
Magic mushrooms.
Maybe we all need a bit of that before we
Ooh,
go.
6, 5, 6.
Oh, nice. Strong stuff.
5, 6.
I wonder what 666 is.
Oh,
The number at the base.
It's gotta be crazy.
You remember collecting this pointed cap mushroom under some northerly pine trees in some hazy memory that you can't quite put your finger on. It's got a white to yellow coloration. It's generally good flavour with a mild ammoniac finish, but it smells of stale tobacco, which is almost indiscernible in the dog and worm. It goes quite nicely with one.
Just it's almost dried up, so just crumble it into dust in your hands and sprinkle it on top of the soup. It'll give it a little bit of a zest, a little bit of a kick.
Je ne sais quoi. Okay.
I don't know what you just said, but yes, I'm sure
Okay.
it's.
She's eating it. Yum. Does she drop
Very
dead?
good.
Does she drop that?
Make a Constitution saving throw. You're fine.
For now.
Very tasty.
I'm gonna ask.
Like scent of tobacco.
Oh, it's a little bit smoky. Yeah, you can honestly. Mushrooms are such a wonderful plants, aren't they? They you can reproduce or come close to almost any taste from all sorts of lives. I've even heard there's. I don't have a comparison, but I've heard I've got mushrooms that almost taste like a steak or some mince pie or other meaty creations. I could just whip that up for
Let's
you
try
at
it
some
for
point.
every meal I take from now on. Let's give it a go.
If you wanna, go big or go vegan, I say.
Yeah.
The fire genasi cook comes over to collect your plates, and she just lingers as you finish your chat about these particular brand of mushrooms. And seeing how much Tis is enjoying it, she leans down and with a bar towel on her shoulder. What did you add to that meal? What was that?
These mushrooms.
They smell nice. Could you?
Would you like some?
Yeah, please.
I can spare a small amount.
Okay. She collects them in a wax handkerchief, and she slips you a silver piece.
Oh, thank you. That's unnecessary, really. Please treat it as a gift.
No, it's not every time we get culinary aficionados in the dog and worm.
Call myself that. Do you prepare all the meals here?
Well, I do my best with what I've got. Val's, adept at turning away the more discerning customers, and she kind of gives a sly side eye towards Gilchrist.
I'm just interested. Do you go collecting herbs on your own, or you just buy all the ingredients?
Oh, we generally buy off the traders that come through. That's why I approached you for these mushrooms. We don't really have the staff to go out making purchase orders or anything like that.
Okay, I'm looking for a some nice batch of fresh mistletoe anywhere outside of the city gates. I was wondering maybe if you collected herbs that you know about where to go, but that's okay if you don't. I'll ask about.
She make an insight check. Maybe you could just help me take these through to the kitchen.
Oh, I'd be more than happy to, of course.
And as she takes you over, she piles a few plates up into the edge of the bar and then kneels down behind the bar and at your height, concealing you from view. Listen, if you want serious herbs and other such things, you want to go to the Undercity.
Oh, I'm always serious about herbs.
There is a lady there, Mad Sonia. She will sort you out.
That sounds amazing. Is she a good cook? Maybe she's a druid.
I don't know, but people rave about her in the Undercity, you know. She feeds the workforce and keeps them motivated, and, well, that's what I heard anyway. You don't see many people from the Undercity these days.
Why is that? Is that strange? Did they come to visit more?
It's hard graft down in the Undercity, you know, especially since the elves turned up, and their eyes kind of glow orange at the thought.
Oh, I'm sure we'll visit at some point after. Well, there's this ball apparently we have to go to. Don't know what that's about, but after that's finished and Jacob's sorted, if we have some time.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jacob, and she kind of points inquisitively towards the door that Jacob re-emerges from.
That's his name.
I was worried there was something wrong with the food. You left so quickly.
Oh, sorry. No, the food was great. I've eaten many a meal here in the past. I saw there was some halflings outside, thought I'd take some fresh air and offer them a hand.
Very noble of you. Well, thanks,
You've got to
everybody.
help people, haven't you?
Aye. That's what we believe anyway. And she carries the rest of her stuff back. Sorry, Gareth, could you mute yourself? There's just a lot of chatter in the background. So yeah, you finish up your meal, and the hour approaches to go and get your outfits, really. Shall we say that that's what happens and expedite the start of this evening's event?
I would be grilling the guard that went with Jacob to find out what happened.
Okay, make an investigation check. So good your question is. Okay, yeah. With a 19, you would know Kit Harfoot operates on the Esterfax estate. And it's curious that he and Jacob know each other because you don't trust that halfling as far as you can throw him. He pays on time, but you wouldn't be surprised if he was double dealing under the table. That's what you would know with that investigation check. Okay. So, you go back to House Goldtooth. Minor last-minute alterations are made. And once you're all ready, willing, and able, as sunset falls, you are able to make your way to Esterfax Manor. It's a manor house on the banks of the East River, and at this time of night, boats are not permitted up and down. The private land stretches for a few acres in all directions, which is a stark contrast to the relatively intense conurbation of Last Hollow around the river that you've experienced thus far. White stone walls go up for a few stories. A well-attended stable greets the road users at the end of a road that curves around the Esterfax Manor, kind of like a moat almost. It is lit on the inside, and with Gilcrest's company, I will take you there.
Does Jacob recognise this building? Is it a new building or was it there 30 years ago?
It was there when you were last here, but it definitely wasn't an Esterfax manor at that time. Could you do me a favour? And you should have seen all your tokens in the bottom right-hand side. Could you adjust your HP and the like? Just make sure it's all up to date. And I couldn't access your character sheet, Gil. So if you tell me what your maximum HP is, I can do it for you.
93.
You should be able to control that token. Could you just check that you can move it with your cursor towards the bottom right here?
It's not loading for me.
Oh, it might just take a second. There's a lot of assets on this map.
Can't see Gil's name on his token, by the way, Dan.
Okay, I can change that.
Is it just black, Greg?
It is.
It might just be that you're on a different part of the map. So if you use the grabby, the pan tool to pan down, maybe?
Yeah.
If I zoom out, I've just got a black square.
Okay. Then the problem is that your token does not have vision, which it does now, hopefully.
There we go.
There we go. Get there in the end. So, there are 2 Dragon's Bane guard standing to attention outside Esterfax Manor, and you can hear the noodling of an expert bard and the idle chatter of various nobles and other people of note. And there is a attendee with a large scroll stood out the front of the main entrance. And he looks towards the familiar face of Gilchrist and does a little bow. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Your guests are all named here, and he kind of shows you the list of everybody's names.
That is correct. You will announce them in ascending order of rank, of course.
Indeed. It's customary only to announce those of noble title, though if they wish to be announced without such title, I'm more than happy to accommodate them.
That would be a question for Lady Mantonay and Princess Maya.
How would you like to be announced, ladies? They show they show a scroll with your full titles, seemingly that have been acquisitioned from somewhere.
Even mine?
Correct.
Oh, shit.
Would these suffice?
You can just make it Namira Nalo. That would be fine.
Very well. Lady Montenay, I trust you're happy with being addressed as such.
Fine. Yeah.
And what about your companions? Do you wish to be announced formally or not?
No, not me. I'm good.
No need.
And you, sir, it seems that your title is still the matter of some speculation. I'm afraid I can't permit you to be announced as a Lacheria, Savori, Esterfax, or Bremini, but I can announce you in some other capacity, if that will suit. You're muted currently, Gareth.
I don't need to be announced, but should you wish to announce me, Jacob Stormcloak will suit quite fine. I was named so by somebody of great power.
I believe we'll forego the introduction. Let us not spark too much gossip before the night is far gone.
Gilchrist, you know these people. All they love to do is gossip.
Indeed. Let them savor each piece of gossip as it arrives. One does not place the main course in front of the dining party immediately.
You would know more about fine dining than myself.
It's an art form.
Okay, so if you make your way in, the first person you would be met by, Gilchrist, is Geoffrey Ashdane, who, having travelled down from the castle, makes a little bit of small talk with you, or that seemingly that's what it appears to the rest of the party. But he kind of leans into you.
Geoffrey?
Could you go back on mute, please, Gareth?
Sorry.
And get you to telly, Gareth.
It's not me, it's the parents downstairs.
Either way. It seems our investigations have reached somewhat of an impasse. The evidence proving young Lecheria's lineage is just as debatable as that disproving it. It may come down to a judgment call. I'm not. Can you trust this man?
Well, it would appear he has some knowledge of the city and is familiar with a number of individuals that have a certain prominence. I can't be 100% certain of who he claims to be, but he is certainly no stranger to our shores.
I'd perhaps relay this information to the Duchess at your earliest convenience, once you've conducted a successful trade deal, of course.
I shall make the best deal I can.
And before we go any further, I should remind you that the young lady that you like to spend time with is waiting for you in your office.
Oh, not tonight.
I suggest you keep things discreet.
Very hard to do when she's here, but thank you for the warning. Has she partaken yet?
You know what she's like.
That's a yes. Thank you, Geoffrey.
You're welcome. Your office, you would know, is on the opposite side to the main hall that you can cross. So it's basically here. I don't know if you can see that where I'm pointing now.
Look.
Got it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I shall attempt to diffuse this as soon as possible. Can I ask you to keep an eye on them? Maybe talk to our would-be Lecheria. See if you can winkle any further details out of him, anything that can confirm or disprove his claim.
I'll try my best. Obviously, evening ball isn't my usual territory for an investigation, but I will keen to have a few words with the young whelp, especially if he isn't who he says he is.
I'm sure you'll be able to disguise it as small talk. I'm going to go and deal with my own personal matter.
Okay. The rest of you come up the hall or through into the entrance. You see Geoffrey, and the temperature increases, and the sound of music. It's a relatively inviting, stately home, and Geoffrey points the way towards the main hall, which is where I'm going to place you for now, if that's okay. It's relatively crowded in the main hall just now. Gilchrist, I can put you in your office if you want. Okay. So, as you enter the main hall, you see an elderly human male, sweating from their receding brow, looking quite pale and peaky, kind of unfurl a scroll as a elf pipes away on a trumpet to introduce each of you. The first announcement goes, introducing the Princess of the Isle of Inelion and heir to the noble house of the Crimson Shores, Tishiana Montenay. And there you get like a few.
Freddie? No? Just me? Oh, God.
And her guest, Frederick Rosemantle.
That's all right. She grabs his hand, gulps, says under her breath, "Oh my God, this is terrifying," and then says, "I think Naine's going to gate crash this, and I'm really, really concerned. But here we go. Smiles!" And then starts to walk down.
Just remain calm. Like, these are your people. Don't worry about it.
Okay. And then
following, Nemirinalo Corrine van Benthos Tahaninishad, Princess of the Aquatic Meridomain of Sargrangula and High Priestess of the Church of Our Lady, Weaver of Stars. There's a few, like, curious, like, slow claps as people struggle to keep up with not only your name, but the dual titles that you wield.
Sure. She rolls her eyes at the title, but then her face like transforms into like a beaming, practiced smile as she goes. Is it downstairs?
Yeah.
Sort of smiling at everyone that she can catch the eye of.
And how do you both look, having now you just been both introduced? Describe it to me.
Want to go first, Mia?
Okay. Mia is in a pink dress that is made of raw silk, and it's been embroidered with gold thread with lots of little differently sized stars. It's kind of strapless, but with a deep sort of V, and it's quite fitted, but at the bottom is like a fishtail made of a darker pink tulle. Round her shoulders, her very muscular shoulders, she has a cape made of like a very dark blue velvet and fastened with a gold pin with a 7-pointed star on it. Her accessories are actually quite simple, and her hair is kind of stylishly piled on top of her head. It seems like whatever budget she had for accessories she spent on makeup, because Mia has never looked as beautiful to any of you before. Like, her skin is luminous and glowing, and her lips are kind of painted a dark pink to match her dress, and you maybe kind of get like the feeling that this was like Mia in a past life, like she's done this before, a bit like a kind of pageant girl. Like, she knows how to stand and how to smile at people and make like the right amount of eye contact.
Make a charisma check at advantage, Mia.
All right.
You have advantage anyway.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, because you dress. Yeah.
I'm giving you triple advantage. Roll again.
All right.
You got advantage anyway for the excellent description. I'm giving you another one. 19. There you go.
19.
The muted applause sparked by the unfamiliarity with your name and station actually remain stunned as you make your grand entrance, and you catch the jealous glare of 3 young elven triplets who cannot believe that you have stolen all of their thunder right from in front of them. The old man who made the announcement fumbled his way through the last part of it because he was nearly knocked off his feet. Quite the entrance indeed. Tisha,
Yep.
you and Freddie, how do you both look?
Well, I haven't figured out Freddie. I thought you could.
Okay,
Something
that's
with
fine.
stars. Yeah, just wing it. Tisha, however, is wearing she's wearing red or scarlet, rich silk dress. It's got a really long skirt. It's fluid, it's elegant, and it has like a sort of train to it that's got a little hoop that she'll catch on a third finger. It's got a red rose attached to the front of the dress, and it's got like tulle sleeves that just fit on the edge of her shoulders that are tulle, so it's kind of see-through, and it's got some silver thread decoration running through on the sleeves. She has gone for some accessories, so she's gone for the gold and red look. So in her hair, she's accessorized with golden butterflies, and she's kind of done a white plait across the bits that aren't shaved, so across, and then it's sort of elegantly sort of twisted into a nice sort of hairstyle that's kind of gone into like a curly waves that just end on the tip of her shoulders. She hasn't gone for much jewelry, there's no necklace, but she's got a thick gold bracelet on, like a cuff, and she's got gold shoes, but you don't really see them until she moves because they're hidden behind the length of the dress, so it's full length. And I think that is that. Yeah.
The way
Awesome.
you sent me a picture and a description, and the way I imagined that all coming together, and it's only extenuated now, is that kind of like high contrast Daenerys Targaryen, kind of white hair, red dress, really like imposingly beautiful. You can as well make a triple advantage roll.
Oh, charisma.
It should be very good for Tisha.
Yeah.
Is my charisma? Is that just a straight? Am I going mad? Yes, it is, isn't it? Straight roll.
And once more, if you will, see if you get a higher one. Oh,
Yeah.
well, there you go. Not upstaging Mia, but you are more of the expected sight at this elven ball. And despite not going to many of these in your past, you seem to have pulled together this outfit with the expert help of Dallas Goldtooth himself. He seemed to pay you particular attention when he was making those last-minute fittings, and it was him that kind of made those golden butterfly accessories for you personally. And you think of him as you take a first step down the stairs as the triplets rage intensifies. You also draw the gaze of Darvith Savori, the guard captain who you met yesterday, who blushes somewhat before taking his hat off and bows to you. His kind of candor and subtlety rather, kind of offset by your cousin Emerith Esterfax, whose jaw is literally hanging open. She just saw you yesterday having got off a boat, and she's seen you today now looking like the proverbial $1 million. So yeah, each of you, but make this grand entrance. Freddie, he's had a noble upbringing, although he doesn't wear his nobility as confidently. He has like a long, like navy overcoat with a blue silk kind of button-up shirt, like high collar that he wears over his neck. He has a white cravat folded gently over at the collarbone, which kind of matches Tisha's hair. He's clad in like silver accessories, and has got like sharply pressed trousers and well polished shoes on. It's a muted look by comparison, but it doesn't look out of place by any means. Less is more sometimes, especially when men are concerned, I would say. So, is there any other outfits that need describing? You can tell me.
I know what Smoke's wearing.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't have required too much by the way of like fitting, focusing on that part, because what he's wearing is quite like loose and sort of flowing. He's got kind of earthy brown up to orange and yellow silks, which are sort of like kind of billowing trousers. He does have leather boots, and this like silk shirt with a big kind of like sort of yellow silk wrapped around the top so that it covers up to like around his chin, so you can't see the sort of metallic underneath. And he has somewhere between a cross of like a kind of beret captain's hat of the same kind of silks on his jade earring, and he's using the cloak of many fashions to create like a depiction of our Lady of the Waves on the floating on the sea, with like a sunset that matches the kind of colours, and the shore that matches like the earthy browns and yellows around the bottom.
Like this ombre effect cloak.
Yeah, with a kind of like some deep purple in the background, just depicting the sky near the top, with 7 stars dotted through the sky, with the ship sort of going along.
Awesome. Yeah, make a triple advantage charisma check.
Oh. Charisma. What? 15.
15. Yeah, mysterious is what I would say. The cloak definitely attracts a lot of attention, and the kind of high scarf. You don't see many tabaxi dressed this way, especially not at balls like this. And you just a few people kind of exchange questions. You know, some are eager to talk to you, others are more eager to speculate as to who you are and why you're here. But you've made an impression nonetheless. Anybody else?
I have yeah. So Jacob is very much smartened up for the occasion. He's wearing it's a stark white shirt with a sort of a ruffled cravat area. Over it he's wearing very dark blue trousers. They look almost black, but as he moves in the light, they shine with a dark blue colour. And same with his overcoat. It's a tailcoat, finely tailored to him, with long sleeves on his shirt. You can just see the white of the ruffles of the end of his shirt out of his wrists. He's wearing a gold earring, and he's used a small amount of makeup from his disguise kit to minimise the look of his scales and to enhance his eyes with a bit of eyeshadow, so just to make them pop a bit more. He's trying to look very suave and debonair, and like this is his place.
There's no announcement as per Gilchrist's requests. However, the kind of unknown quantity, especially following the company that you have done in these 2 smoking hot women, people are like, who is this guy? Like, and who's this strange tabaxi? Like, you are all 4 of you so far, taking off in terms of speculation, reputations. Just make a triple deception check for me, Jacob. I'm just going to see how well you conceal your scales and things like that. Oh, okay. Well, with a crit, for all intents and purposes, you are... well, do you want to be more half-elven or elven-looking?
Jacob wouldn't want to hide who he is, so he'd be on the elven side of half-elf, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
Enhancing his elven features, but not hiding the fact that he was half-elf.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, so Tilly, she's gone for a extremely simple look. She doesn't really want to be noticed in this environment. It's not her environment. So she's She's requested a simple light blue dress, and I do not know how to describe dresses, so I'm just not even gonna try.
Simple light blue dress is fine.
But yeah, if you want something to imagine, it was something like this. White sandals. She's druid crafted forget-me-not flowers into a crown that she's just gonna wear because that's just that's just how she feels. And then Humphrey next to her is nice and clean. She put a bit of oil from her jug into her skin to make it nice and shiny. He looks more presentable, and he draws attention anyway. And he's got a little light blue bow on his neck. and
Awesome.
that's it.
Yeah. You can make a triple charisma check if you would. You guys are all going over really well. It seems these nobles are not used to having this exotic bunch.
Right,
One more
so
if you would.
I will do that.
Hey, there you go. 19. Yeah. You kind of look like the early arrival of the May Queen, and some of the more like Aranese elves, a few of them around, seem totally enamored with the flowers in your hair, and some of them come out of their way to say how lovely you look and give you a drink, and it's a little bit patronizing, but I don't think Tilly takes offense.
No, she wouldn't. She's trying to just blend in. She's there. Everybody saw her, and then after that, she's just gonna stay watching, but sort of on the sidelines.
A couple more introductions, minor ones that they are, take place while you're in this kind of reception room. And you notice the old man making them kind of looks unsteady on his feet for a moment. He starts coughing up something awful. A hand is put on his shoulder by an elven man who seems to have a stern word in his ear, and they seem to have some kind of disagreement. Is there anybody in the room currently? You've got the 3 elven triplets. We've got Tisha's cousin. We've got the guard captain. Anybody that anybody wants to speak to while Gilchrist isn't here or not?
I think Tisha would, Smoke's already aware, just kind of inform the group that I met Naeem, and I think she's gonna make a grand entrance at some point. I don't know. She wasn't too happy to be here. She didn't want to come.
Why?
I said come along, and she said no, and then we said come along ironically, and she said so she didn't give much more away. I'm a little bit apprehensive about the situation. Be on your best watch. You know what she's like.
Yeah. I just thought that this was a good opportunity for us to be subtle and find some stuff out. Is she gonna like kick the doors in? And I don't know.
I don't know, but if it happens and we're not in that place, she might only come in when the warning signal is lit or something. But if it's not right, I'll let's put her down. Let's just put her down. If it's not right, I think that should be our approach to that.
Freddie leans in and goes, "Well, could someone send her a message and say hold off on the grand entrance? If we're here to make a good impression, seems a bit reckless to me."
You can do it, Freddie.
I can, or you can. Yeah.
Maybe if she holds off until we need her, we could signal her if we needed her.
Yes.
Okay, you want me to message your sister?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm going to do it out of earshot. Excuse me. Freddie gestures towards the servant and asks where the privy is, and takes his leave. Shall I put him? Okay. The instructor, enamoured with Tisha in particular, comes over. Young miss, I must say, it's been a long time since anyone made quite such an entrance at one of these functions.
Oh, thank you very much. Quite, oh, are you okay?
Yes, no, I'm sure I'll be fine. The High Instructor of High Bard House wouldn't miss an event like this for the world.
Oh, Jesus. Do you want me to get you a drink?
Please, that'd be wonderful.
Okay. Off she scoots to find some beverage.
Now, instructor, there's no need to overextend yourself. I'm quite capable of making future announcements if you wish to take your leave. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aurinian Savori.
A pleasure to meet you.
Quite. I'm the Deputy Chief Instructor of Highbard House, and as soon as some people start to realise that they're getting a bit too long in the tooth for this kind of thing, then I'll be making all the future announcements at these kinds of functions. And you'll be doing business with me henceforth. Now then.
Will we now?
What brings you to Last Hollow?
Well, I think you know that, don't you? We've accompanied our friend Jacob.
Yes, we were prevented from making an announcement about him. God knows what a Stormcloak is, but it's not noble house I've ever heard of. If you wish, you may take in the first dance out in the courtyard. The remaining announcements will be made within the next few minutes, and the festivities will commence. Until then, please take in some music and some refreshments, and watch out for those three. And he casts a stink eye towards the three triplets who are hunched together, all quaffing an oversized glass of wine. Gareth, if you wouldn't mind going back on mute.
I thought I had, sorry.
They're basically all just these glass of wines they hold together look like one big cauldron that they're each stirring with their eyes as they all glance and peer and gossip not far out of earshot. They almost look expectantly that you would come over and introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll go. Tisha, you coming?
Yes, I'm there.
Nice dresses.
Namira Nalo, what a pleasure to meet you.
I suppose they'll let anybody into these events these days.
And this is my good friend, Lady Tishiana Montenay. I didn't catch your names.
I'm Verania. This is Penella. And that is Alessa. And we are what's happening in Last Hollow. We don't care for any of this. And we'd appreciate it if you didn't try and make such fools out of yourselves at the next ball. It's far too much. And really, you've wasted your money.
Tisha laughs, but can I have a description of what they're wearing?
They're wearing 3 matching ball gowns of different colours, a peach one, a lilac one, and a violet one. They're nice, but they've seen that you can see they've seen their fair share of balls. They didn't expect this to be any sort of high key event in terms of what they're used to. Maybe just another run of the mill kind of Friday night ball. And they feel positively embarrassed and upstage, you can tell from the expression on their faces. Various like mithril. One's wearing like a mithril necklace, another one is gold, another one's like pearls. They are pretty, but their prettiness is concealed by their ugly demeanour.
Is a lovely necklace you're wearing.
Hmm.
And Tisha goes
Prince.
to point it out.
A prince bought it for me, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes, he's
That's
coming
exciting.
later.
See?
What's his name?
And they exchange like a few glances between them.
I'm not interested. Don't worry.
We don't know
I just wanted
anybody.
to know if I'd heard of him.
Have you ever been to La Jarime? It's not from around here.
No, we haven't.
Well, it's a beautiful desert kingdom, and the people there are rich and beautiful and generous, and just one day they'll take us all away, and we'll be rid of this place.
Oh, I'm sorry that you don't like it here. We think it's lovely. We think that you look lovely. I do hope that you will call us sisters later on.
Well, I don't know what kind of balls you're used to going to, but this is most improper. You're no Savori, and thus you're no sister to us. Good evening.
Lovely meeting you. Don't trip up on your dress.
And they all storm off one after another to the courtyard.
They were lovely. Is that what we're meant to
Yeah.
deal with for the rest of the evening?
I hope not. Did I get a feel that there was anything like nefarious, or are they some just like jealous?
You can make an
Down.
insight check if you want.
Yes, I would. 18.
They're not nefarious as far as you could tell. There was some plotting going on, but you're not sure it's the conspiratorial time. More just kind of what nasty thing to say about you, or how to show you up later, or yeah, they were petty and vindictive.
Cool. Bitches.
I'm going to smash cut to Gilchrest's office. As you enter Gilchrest, you see a human woman, dainty, in her early 40s, attractive for her age, but well known to you as Eleonora. Well, took you long enough.
I have work. I have affairs of state to take care of, Eleanor. This is not the time for one of your episodes.
Well, I just don't see why you won't make it official. You know, I could be on your arm at events like this, but you just won't. You won't confess how you really feel.
And how is that?
I know, Gilchrest, and you know. Saying it just breaks the spell.
How much have you had, Eleonora?
Not nearly enough. Now go fetch one of your servant girls to top me up, will you? This is going to be unbearable.
If you intend to stay for the remainder of the evening, I'm going to ask you to stick to something that matches the color of the wine, but doesn't contain its alcoholic content.
Oh, and where would you procure blueberry juice or something fruity at this hour?
I'm sure
You're embarrassed. You're ashamed. Just say it. If you want me to go, I'll go.
I am attempting to advise you not to embarrass me. You haven't reached that point yet, but you're getting close, and you don't know who is here.
Oh, just one of your important business meetings, is it? It's all for show. I don't see why you can't all just sit down and speak plainly and do business like the rest of us do.
I'm going to cast suggestion on her.
Okay. I need to make a Wizzy save.
Let's have a look. Wisdom 18.
I rolled 17. She fails.
Then I just turn my suggested course of action that she stick to the non-alcoholic beverages for the evening into a compulsion.
She puts down a glass, looks at you with a longing frustration. Make an insight check. Gilchrist at advantage.
Not much difference.
With a 25, you've known Eleonora for a long time. And when you first arrived here, she was one of the only locals that would give you the time of day. She's somewhat older than you, and you were taken in by her wisdom and candor. She was exciting. But in the intervening years, you've seen a rage grow underneath the surface that only gets worse when she drinks. You don't have the heart to let her down yet. But you know one of these days she's going to cost you. And with that, she takes a leave.
I step out of the office and look to see who saw her leave.
As you step out of the office, to the left of you, you see a servant who opens up her posture towards you as if to accept any sort of incoming request. And to your right, you see a court jester from Highbard House who is juggling. And he kind of gives you one of those awkward grimaces through his teeth as if to acknowledge that he's been just where you are right now many times before.
Just kind of let the mask slip for a moment, roll my eyes and shrug and work on the assumption that the gossip is going to make its way around. It's too late for that now, and head on into the main hall. Via a back door, I don't need to be announced.
Mm-hmm. Making your way back through Ashdane's office, you enter sheepishly into the reception room just behind Tilly. It's time for you guys to move on from the reception room, unless there's anything anyone would like to do, or anyone would like to speak to anybody. The next announcement is due imminently. So I'll move you through to the courtyard if you want.
Yeah, I'm just keeping my eye on things, trying to see if I overhear anything of interest, basically. Other than that, looking tall, dark, and brooding in the corner.
Right, you are. We'll move Gilchrist through. Just as you're leaving, Emerith, your cousin to both Tisha and Gilchrist, Emerith kind of comes over. Well, your new guest certainly made quite an entrance.
No, they do that. You are talking about a Montenay, and from the sounds of it, firstborn to an empress.
Well, you need to keep an eye on your nieces, because they were raging. They feel quite upstaged, and I wouldn't be surprised if they intend to cause a bit more trouble as a result.
Where are they?
Oh, they've gone through to the courtyard, trying to snap up the most eligible bachelors before the first dance begins, I assume. I am off duty tonight, but I won't have any trouble in my namesake's manor.
Neither will I.
Very well.
Let's see if we can split them up. See if you can just send them to me one at a time. Verania first, she's the ringleader.
Yes. Divide and conquer. Good tactics as always, Gilchrist.
Oh, I'll clap them in chains if I have to. I will not have this evening go poorly.
The next announcement is made. And you hear Magister Officiorum of the Halls of Valour, Chief Record Keeper and Master of Tomes, Lady Lindarin Savory. And someone well known to you and to the onlooking crowd, Lindarin makes her entrance without a guest on her arm, someone who is devoted to her studies, comes down and meets Emerith and exchanges pleasantries with you, Gilchrist. I have rolled some special guests for us tonight, so if you'll permit me to reveal those by way of an announcement.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, no.
There's 5 people. Another announcement comes next. Announcing forthwith with his contingent of naval operatives, Captain of the Queensferry Navy and defender of the indigenous peoples of the Western Isles, decorated veteran of the settlement wars, Captain Traylon Twinflow.
Yeah.
And the gnomish captain of the Midnight Kraken makes his presence known. I'll just put him in the main hall. Hold on. Sorry, layer issues. Gilchrist, you would see a gnomish naval captain in military uniform with many, many medals and 2 gnomish like artificer come sailors. Proper like one hand in the breast pocket, very used to these sorts of events. They are indigenous peoples, these gnomes from Queensferry, just like the elves are. And the elves do the gnomes do Last Hollow a lot of favours by keeping the waterways free of piracy across the Western Isles. So good friends to have. I will move them along.
I would raise a glass to them as they enter.
Yes. Love to chat, the gnomes, and they would engage you readily about, their barometer readings and curiously reducing sea toxicity levels and new propulsion inventions that seem to be taking shape and all that gnomish goodness. So yeah, I'll just put them in the hall. Hold on. Put them up here. The next announcement. You'll like this one. Coin Mistress of the East Island Territories, returning from a diplomatic mission to Jadewater, the recently widowed and honourable lady, Baroness Lucretia von Morxidor.
Roll initiative.
Bad dad. No. Bad dad.
Told you guys.
Uh-huh.
How did you call it, John?
I said that we were going to have a vampire show
It's a
up.
vampire on a ball. It's like their Starbucks, is what I said.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Flanked by 2, I guess, thralls, is a elven-looking noble with a noble title, who, seems to do what you do in Last Hollow, but on the international stage, Gilchrist. Von Morxidors are a house you've heard of, but don't have much to do over this side of the Isles. So pleasantries may be exchanged, I guess. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. She's a pale-looking elf woman dressed in a red dress, gold jewelry. She has a fan, which keeps her kind of jaw and lips concealed. She has piercing eyes with a flicker of red in their pupils. I guess what would be immediately apparent, Tisha, I just want you to make an insight check.
Oh, I remember this token.
In
I
25.
25. Once the announcement washes over Freddie, means nothing to him. And then when she presents herself at the entrance to the courtyard, just this strange expression comes over Freddie. Seems more attention is drawn to her for some reason. And the next announcement. Royal Vizier of the Crescent City of Najarim, Jewel of the Western Desert and Scourge of Darkran, Prince Leverkoth Agrimentalis. And this curious-looking prince who looks, you might say, underdressed, because they are just wearing a waistcoat and are otherwise shirtless, as though to show off some kind of tribal tattoos. They are wearing lots and lots of jewelry, though, and a prominent gem in the middle of the forehead of this bronze-skinned man takes pride of place. A nose ring connected by a chain to an earring, and like a grill almost of gold teeth with implanted diamonds is apparent when he smiles. Just as impressive, if not more so, would be the two fire elemental servants that he's got on either side of him, which seem bound by manacles. He strolls confidently past all of the dignitaries and well-wishers and grabs himself a large drink. He looks around. It seems as though he's looking for someone, but hasn't seemingly found it yet. And I will move him up as well. Hold on. I think I've got 2 more to do. Of the guests, anyway. Shipping magnate from the Copperhead Peninsula, an exile from the cowardly kingdom of Calihundo. Our friend Chief Bombardier Broadpocket. And a dwarven trader flanked by no guest turns up. A stout dwarf with smooth dark hair, very handsome, especially for a dwarf. Slips a few gold coins into servant's pocket to take his coat, and before he can retract his hand, a goblet is put into his hand, and he looks ready to make some trade deals of his own, perhaps. And before the host and the guest of honor make their speeches, as they're already here, the last guest is head of the Council of Cerulea, emergent voice for the settled peoples of the Isle, and ruler from the Crystal Peak, Consiglio Federale, Madani Silverhand. And Madani Silverhand is a human male. and he is flanked by 2 of his own private guards people, who you would recognise from the siege of Silvercrest as being Cerulean sentinels. Yeah, a big deal. Running out of space for all these people. I'm going to put these there.
What?
You're not muted there, Gareth.
Sorry.
All right. So, as the guests all filter into the courtyard, there is now a very busy atmosphere, lots and lots of revelers, different guests from different corners of Cerulea, all kind of mixing, trade deals being discussed, pleasantries being exchanged, and it isn't long before a personal welcome is handed to you from the host and the guest of honor. The host makes herself, I'm not going to put her on the screen, but the host makes herself known to you. She says, she's introduced as Marquis Emberwyn Esterfax, head of the Esterfax estate and Justice Emeritus of Revasari. My lords and ladies, thank you for joining me at the Esterfax estate on this lovely evening. Thank you very much to our guests, my lord, Prince Agramentalis, Federale Silverhand. Neither of you have visited these shores before, and we are more than excited to see what cooperation, what boons our continued and advanced cooperations may bring. Please speak candidly and openly. We're all friends here, and hopefully we can, once by the time the night is over, we can rein in a new era of peace and cooperation between our formerly disparate peoples. But before the festivities commence, I'd like to introduce you the Sovereign of Last Hollow, Duchess of the Emerald Falls and future Maiden of the Green Peninsula, Matriarch of the Savory House and Honourable Lady of Last Hollow, Duchess Jadena Savory, and to some not inconsiderable fanfare, the Duchess herself makes an entrance. Yeah, I'll put her in, but she takes in the bows and curtsies and the applause. And she says she doesn't make a speech at this point, but she kind of waves on the musicians, so the first dance commences. And basically, if you want to take part in the first dance, you have a whole smorgasbord of people from which to choose your dance partner.
Well,
so
Cool.
Gil would, of course, make a beeline for Mia.
Oh, first dance.
Absolutely. Royalty. She's not got a chance to dance with royalty before.
okay,
Did
so
ask to not be announced like that.
I'll put Gilcrest and Mia together there on the map.
Bishop would have to go with Freddie, I think, first dance.
Okay. Freddie seemingly hasn't come back from the bathroom.
Well,
Oh, man.
I mean, it's kind of rude, isn't it, to not go with your husband? I think I'd have to sit this one out then, in that case.
Okay, you can sit it out if you want. Stand you by the side. Tilly?
Yeah, no, definitely not dancing. So
Stand by me. Come with me.
sure.
Come on, Tilly.
There's no chance. She doesn't know what to do with herself. She's gonna just hide behind her dog next to Tisha.
Cool.
But the dog goes to dance.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not his master. He wants to.
Humphrey doesn't dance. It's a dog.
Yep. Same for the
I think
halfling.
I think he does really.
Yeah, Tilly's just going to spend the evening trying to stop him licking his nuts.
No, why? That's encouraged. It's a ball after all.
Jacob.
Look to Tilly and say, "You sure you don't want to dance, Tilly?"
No, Jacob, go and find your friends, reignite your friendships, and find out more about these people. I can't talk to them. They're speaking weird, and I'm here for you if you need me. If you need me to turn into an elephant or something, I mean, I can always try. I can't, but anything else, just
Okay.
and go for it.
So, Dan, from observing Mia and Tisha's conversation with the triplets earlier, was there one of them that seemed to be? So obviously there's the ringleader. There was the ringleader, but then was whichever one was the most demure and least nasty one.
Oh, that's like, it's not an easy call to make. None of them look particularly demure in that respect. You make an insight check.
Got to be the third born.
Yeah, 17. Yeah. That's not bad for Jacob.
Penella, despite these being triplets, looks like the least vicious.
Jacob would walk over to Penella and say, "My Lady Savory, may I have the honour of the first dance with you?"
Then you can make a persuasion check at advantage because you're wearing your swanky gear. Yeah, she takes your hand as if she's extended it many a time for anyone who asks. Smoke.
Smoke's just doing that, that meme of John Travolta, who's just looking around. It's like as everyone's walking off to go and find the dancers, he's like under his breath, like, "Am I the only one that heard Lucretia von Moxador?"
As you ask that silently, your earring starts to burn.
Oh.
It's me. You hear a voice that says, "Hey, little brother! Important question. Would you rather have no one come to your wedding or your funeral?" Ooh, okay, stay cool, bye.
That's definitely the same Jade in this reality. I'd rather have no one come to my wedding, especially not you messing it around. These claws. My skin is crawling right now at the mention of Moxador. Probably be visibly made jump by the message from Jade.
As you stand there at a loss momentarily, one of the Savory triplets, Elessa, comes to you. Well,
well,
the music is about to start.
Yeah, it looks that way. And then I'm going to walk past and I'm going to head over towards Twin Flow.
She is mortified Literally.
Oh, no.
This is like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 punch. So yeah, you can go over and speak to your pal Traylon. Alessa is going to be the lemon. A few other people would pair up. Darveth Savori would end up pairing with the remaining Varanya, distant relation, and Federali Silverhand would end up dancing with Lucretia von Moxador. So the music begins to play. The bards kind of pipe up, and some relatively inoffensive music causes you all to step together in time. We'll start back with Gilcrest and Mere. How's it going?
I believe I owe you an apology, Lady Mere.
Really?
The old boy is somewhat ossified. He was instructed not to use your full title, and yet he did so anyway. I do apologize.
I thought maybe titles were so important here that I was the one that was ignored.
No, I mean, it's quite often advantageous to have a long title with which to browbeat potential opponents in diplomatic negotiations. However, you had expressed a wish and the ailing, doddering old fool ignored it.
Fine. Mistakes happen. I have a question for you. Your relatives, those triplets.
Oh yes.
So nieces. So charming. They made it seem like this ball was like I was overdressed and that this is a kind of regular event for them. But there are some very important sounding people here.
They can be a little short-sighted when it comes to matters of state. They are but 17 years of age.
Ah,
They're used to being the center of attention, the apple of everyone's eyes. They are, all three of them, quite eligible as potential marriages of convenience and diplomacy go. They take enjoying their young freedoms a little bit too seriously, knowing that those freedoms will, sadly, be short-lived.
interesting that they're pursuing the end of their freedom in hunting for men.
Hunting for playthings, I would say, would be more appropriate.
Oof. Who do you think they're going to target?
Well, that's often a game for the younger members of the court. Often the source of gossip the following morning. They know enough not to go too far, but they are young, they are flighty. They don't carry the weight of responsibility that either you or I do.
Of course. The daughters of your sister or your brother?
My deceased brother.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was some time ago. They barely remember him. I, of course, remember the elder brother with whom I fought regularly and who would probably be occupying this station had he not died to a rare ailment.
Doing your job.
That would have been his station as the older brother, yes.
See? And what's next for you then?
Oh, it probably would have been captain of the guard, but my uncle does that job or will do soon. He is currently first lieutenant to the captain, but the captain is aging, and most of his instructions go through mine and Lady Montanay's mutual cousin.
Emerith. Yes.
Emerith, yes.
Very charming.
She has to be. It's a skill that she calls into action quite often.
Why do you have to be charming?
She is considerably younger than the captain, and yet she still has to issue orders in his name.
See. I'm confused. How did your family get into power?
We were asked.
By
After Duke Lacheria abandoned his post, the city fell into disrepair, and eventually, having failed to marshal the civic forces, an emissary was sent requesting that Bloodworth Bremeny return to the city to take up her husband's post. She was not available, and so Lady Jidena took on the stern duty of repairing the damage and neglect done to the city.
I see. And the missing Bloodworth?
I do not know. My aunt maintains a forbidding silence on the subject.
Hmm. And the people of the city, are they happy? They didn't vote you in, they didn't choose you. I understand this. My mother wasn't voted in either.
No, but they are well fed. They are secure. They are taken care of. You see the security methods that we employ at the falls. The building work done on those parts of the city that are in regular use. We do not waste resources on institutions that are no longer of relevance.
The city certainly seems to be flourishing.
It absolutely is.
And it's maybe not my place to do all of the trade deals, but as quartermaster of the Lady of the Waves, I know what's aboard it. And I was wondering if you know who I should start thinking about talking to about some kind of trade deal.
At that point, Gilchrist would sort of bend Mir over in that classic pose of dancing and say, "Well, that would be me," and pulls her back to her feet.
Understood. Maybe not in a cape then.
I would say neither of us is dressed for that kind of jousting, no.
Okay. Jacob, we cut to you dancing with this 17-year-old bachelorette. She is intently staring at you while she's dancing with you.
Well, it is rare that such a beauty dances with me at such an event.
Why? Is there something wrong with you? You got some sort of disease?
I don't generally attend such events.
Well, what do you do with your
to have
time?
an adventure, search the seas, sail.
Sail?
Oh,
Why?
You've got to get from place to place. You can't live your whole life in one city without seeing the world, surely.
I mean, I'd love to see the world, but I am not getting on a boat. You're not going to take me away on a boat?
Oh no, don't you worry.
Well,
This is a very nice city, and there's a very nice ball. I thought I would ask a beautiful girl to dance with me for the first dance.
Well, that's what everybody does. I mean, I'm flattered to be asked to dance in the first dance. I mean, Alessa made a right fool out of herself going up to that big, tall guy. But she seems to be dancing with someone now. Look. And this exotic-looking man in the kind of waistcoat and tattoos is... he's like spinning her around and stepping with her, but it's clear that he's like surveying the room while talking to her.
Yes, I see. Well, at least she's found a dance partner. Smoking Mirror can be slightly choosy about who he dances with. He's a friend and companion of mine.
Well, he's made a right fool out of my sister. Not that I mind. It's quite funny, actually. Where are you from, anyway?
Most recently, Silvercrest.
No, like, not most recently. Like, does that mean you've just come from there, or you were born there?
Well, I was born not very far from here, actually, but found my fame and fortune in Silvercrest. Only returned as part of a trading vessel. I am purposely deceiving her because I figured that Gilcrest hasn't told her.
You can make a deception check. Oh, another businessman. I hope you're rich.
Well, I'm a trader of known. Is that what you look for? Somebody rich?
Well, if you ain't rich, you ain't getting anywhere. Not in this world. And she like scoffs and adjusts a necklace. I've got a question for you. Why is that lady looking at you? Is that your wife?
Who's looking at me?
Make a perception check. Fucking hell. With a 30, the smouldering, bitter look from behind a glass of this human female in her mid-40s turns into a look of curiosity, and with that check, recognition.
Is it Ellie?
One in the same.
I'm not quite sure, perhaps. She's jealous of you, or jealous of me for dancing with you.
Well, she either wants to kill you or dance with you. Either way, I'm getting out of the way.
Very well, well, we shall finish this dance, and then it would not behoove myself to change dance partners during the opening dance. It would send the wrong message.
Okay.
I would not want you embarrassed as your sister.
I appreciate you waiting till the end of the song anyway. Smoke, you approach trailing Twinflow.
Yeah, looking over my shoulder nervously at like where Lucretia is. Twinflow. Twinflow, good to see you, my friend.
Oh, hello. You scrub up well, my tabaxi friend. I'm glad you made it here in one piece.
Yes, one piece. So, the last time we met, you were on an ocean voyage, as were we. We've safely returned. Prosperous, I hope.
Yes, well, we had some trouble where something was happening to the local fauna, and some of the catches at the other Queen's Very vessels were quite bad, but that all seems to have subsided in the last 10 days or so, and we've obviously come to Last Hollow just to keep the peace and make sure the extent of the strange goings-on at the water's edge hasn't extended onto the land.
Oh, Indeed. You must catch up with Lady Mir when you have the chance. You'll remember our quartermaster. She is much more versed in the ways of the ocean, and I'm sure she'd like to speak with you about your findings and so on.
No, we actually haven't seen Mir, the quartermaster. Where is she?
Oh, I'll point her out.
And the two gnomish naval officers behind trailing, like their jaws open, not seen Mir in that kind of get up before. And Twinflow takes this kind of short cane and slaps it against the chest of one of them. They all stand back to attention. Very well. Maybe I'll leave these two gentlemen behind if we're to talk business.
Yes, it's probably wise. It's a pleasure to see a man of your station is announced as a special guest at such an event as this, along with some of the other, I assume, very important people. What was that one over there? Lucina von Mercaden or something?
I believe she was announced as Baroness Elven Coin Mistress von Morxidor, was it? Von Morxidor, sir. Yes. Not a name that I'm familiar with. Is someone that we should look into, or?
No, probably, but no. No, not seen her around here before then.
No, I believe the announcement said she'd returned from an exile or a trade mission somewhere usually from the other side of the Isles.
Oh, very good. Oh, sorry.
Are you okay?
He just mumbles off into nothing and goes walking towards Tisha. Grabbing some hors d'oeuvres from a waiter on the way.
Lieutenant, keep an eye on that one.
And yeah, Twinflow is basically dispatched you a watcher for the night.
Yeah.
Tisha, as the first song is ending, your husband returns, looking a bit sheepish.
Did you Oh look, I got you a drink.
Oh. Thanks. Sorry, I was so long.
I know.
Well, I couldn't find
the first dance, Freddie. Well, what did you get through to Naeen?
Yes, I sent her a message, and she is convinced that if you need to get out of here quickly, then you should go down to the basement, and you can leave via the river. That was where she was going to come in, but I told her just to hold off.
Okay, good. Until we alert her through another message or something.
Yes.
Okay.
She hadn't uncovered anything too suspicious, but you know what she's like. She can be a bit paranoid.
She get the goods, or did she not say?
Oh yes, she said she didn't have any trouble in the Undercity. Although she said she did quite prefer it down there.
I don't doubt it. Okay, well, that's good. Mission accomplished and halted for now. Are you okay though? You seem to be sweating. Are you all right?
Yeah, I mean, this is not my usual. We didn't have balls like this in Silvercrest, did we? Like, it's just not my.
Not your scene.
No.
My first one. But you look to be more bewildered than usual.
Something about that woman, dancing with the important man from Crystal Spear.
I don't know who she is.
Oh, what was she announced as?
Oh look, Smoke's here. Maybe he knows.
Von Moxidor! And I'll start like accosting Freddy and like looking on his neck, pulling down his shirt, like trying to investigate.
What are you doing? What?
Are you okay? Where have you been?
I just went to the bathroom.
Are you alone in there?
You better have been.
Yeah, of course I was. What's all this about?
You know, Tisha, did we ever tell you about that lady? Do you know about the Von Moxidor?
It sounds familiar, but I don't. Something to relate to
Yes, don't say it so loud.
Oh, did I whisper it? They have good ears, do they?
Yes,
Okay.
Why are you whispering?
Ah, yes, the ball. So many nice people. I've got to go and talk to Mia when she's done with Gilchrist.
Okay. Okay.
At that point, it becomes time to choose another partner.
Freddie, we're dancing. It's time.
Oh, okay.
Gil would just work his way through the triplets, issuing the sternest of warnings.
Yeah, and Emerith will come and take over dancing with Varanya. So, Jacob, Mir, Smoke.
I'm going straight over to Mia after I've bothered Tisha and Freddie.
I'm going straight over to Ellie.
Yeah.
Like, what is it? I'm trying to schmooze with new people.
Schmooze, didn't you hear who they just announced?
I know. I know, but I'm also... I don't know. Does she know who we are? She must. You want to dance and talk?
Yeah.
I'll lead, don't worry.
Okay, great.
Okay. So, just arranging a few new dance partners. I'll come back to you guys then, if you have to think about it. Jacob, I'll come to you and Eleonora. Why do you look so familiar?
You don't know. I have one of those faces. Or perhaps you knew me once.
Perhaps I did. Where are you from?
Well, last you saw me, we had a gang, and we nested in an old warehouse with Kit and Quest.
And with that, all her curiosity, it's as if like decades of rage just leave her, and tears run down her face, and she throws her arms around you. I can't believe it's you. I thought you were dead.
They chased me out of the city. I couldn't return.
What the hell are you doing back here?
Got a note from him that he could tell me about Mum, about my mother. You know I wanted to know about her. I got here and nothing's right. Look, dance with me and we can talk as we dance.
Oh, Jacob, your mother's long gone. We knew that before you left. And then your father disappeared too. You know, I don't think he was as bad as you said he was.
I've met much worse people since, I can tell you that. But to a young boy, somebody who rules like that can seem like the worst.
Yeah, I don't think we had much perspective when we were kids. You have to... You can't hold on to your morals if your morals end up with you living in the dirt. You know?
Yeah, you seem to be doing rather well for yourself now.
Appearances can be deceiving.
Well, when I received the message, you were the first reason I thought coming back. I looked for you down at...
I'm not the same Ellie that you knew when we were children. I've done bad things.
Well, we're both very much changed. I have seen a lot, been through a lot. I died, came back. But
I'm glad you came back.
look, We should dance and enjoy this. And did you see the ship that arrived yesterday? The Lady of the Waves?
No. I spend my time here mostly just hanging on his lordship's every word and doing his bidding.
His
There's
lordship?
Gilchrist.
Yes, my cousin, I think.
He can be a real prick.
I've only spent a day with him and I've noticed that. You should have seen the lashing he gave to the barkeep down at the tavern.
Oh, you won't find any urchins in Last Hollow anymore. Do you know, things turned around so quickly when the elves got here. We're pretty sure half of them just got pushed into the river and went over the edge.
It does seem rotten here.
Well, what are you going to do?
Investigate. Find out what's going on. Well, I am here with... You saw our group introduced. Mia, Tisha, Montenay, Smoking Mirror.
This is your town, Jacob. As far as I'm concerned, you're more important than any of these pompous airheads dressed up in stolen finery. This is your... She turns your head towards the moonlight and you can see the silhouette of Castle Lecheria on the hill up the road. That's yours.
I never wanted it. But I need to see what's going on. If this isn't right, this whole town isn't right, something is rotten here.
I'm telling you what's rotten.
Yeah, I know. I will try and fix it, I promise.
If Gil sees me dancing with you, he'll ask questions and probably already has that. We shouldn't speak again tonight. It's for the best. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Good
Send
luck.
Bess. I will find you. We will find you. I'll find you later, another time. I spoke to Kit earlier. We can pass messages through him, maybe.
Yeah, I know Kit still.
Quest has left. Did she go to Crystal Spear?
Quest was banished by Zareen Esterfax. I think she's here. Just be careful what you say around her.
I shall. Don't worry. And you, keep yourself safe. Play the part and we'll get out of this.
So good to see you again.
I hoped, I dreamed you were still here alive, and it's good to see you too.
She goes to embrace you and then looks over in Gil's direction, and she can see Alessa whisper into Gil's ear, and Gil makes eye contact with Eleonora, which stops her embrace. She almost pushes you back too forcefully, wipes a tear away, and makes hastily for the western exit. Where is she? Don't know what I've done with her now.
She's below me here.
Oh yeah, there we are. Tilly, what are you doing in this time?
Did you say? Sorry, I might have missed it. There was a lot of conversation. Did you say there was any food served in this?
The servants handing out entrees with every, whatever.
Yeah, I think she'd lean into something that she's comfortable with. So she'd be researching any veggies, fruit. She would like to collect some berries, whatever she can find in that regard, and kind of walk around. And then just
trail mix.
Trail mix, yeah. And then just looking around for, anything that throws as suspicious, though obviously it won't be anything related to etiquette or politics or whatever. That will go over her head no matter what. But anything that would just, make her feel unease or...
Make a perception check. Okay. With a 12, you see the entrees coming and going from the kind of servants' quarters / kitchen, and you basically with a 12 you just find out where it is, which will be kind of just here, like this room on the inside. Just wandering about, you've just ended up in a corridor.
Oh, and the kitchen is down.
The doorway's here.
Yeah, I think if she wasn't stopped by anyone, I don't know how free. Yeah, she'd be interested in going in and finding out who's cooking and what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. You see a servant girl, kind of sleeves rolled up. She brings out some fresh produce. She kind of looks down. You're a little well dressed to be waiting on, young miss.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wandered in from. I was just curious to meet the head chef, to congratulate him on the lovely little appetizers that we've been served.
Oh, that's me for now. Nice to meet you. Not many people take time out to talk to us.
Oh, I think it's a shame because it's clear as day that you are the heart of a place like this. It wouldn't exist based on nice dresses and gallantries. It's here because of people like you. So I'm just curious. I'm a bit of a culinary amateur, if you will, myself, and I kind of like to know what's your secret.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, bad. So bad.
She says, "Oh, I don't know what you mean, but my shift will end in about half an hour. If you want to maybe go and smoke a leaf out the back."
Oh, I'm always interested in broadening horizons. Do you live in this upper city?
Oh yes, I live here in the servants' quarters. There's my room just behind you.
Oh, I understand. Okay, I won't stop you. I'll meet you outside in a bit.
My name's Aaron.
Aaron.
Yes.
Dilly.
Nice to meet you. Okay, hold on. Change her name. Okay, yeah. She goes on about business for now. Gilchrist.
Hello.
You are dancing with your niece, who notices Jacob's company. Is that okay with you?
It's neither one thing nor the other.
Well, I know you must like her. She's around a lot.
She had her charms. They are fading.
Well, that man you arrived with probably doesn't seem to think so. They're positively gawping at each other.
Yes. Yeah, another of the things with which he appears to be familiar in the city. Let me take care of that one. But maybe put your head together with your sisters and see if you can tone down the hostility. There is a certain...
If you'd have forked out for a nicer outfit, there would have been no problem. When are we going to get new dresses? You're the Chamberlain. It's embarrassing.
Keep your voice down. We will deal with your entertainment budget soon. For now, remember that the strangers include among them a princess of the water plane. Need I remind you that we are an island nation, dependent upon shipping and trade? There are some enemies you do not want to make. Get
Okay.
that through to Penella and Varanya, or I will get it through to them.
Yes, Uncle.
Okay. Talk to them when you get a moment, but before the hour. Don't want them embarrassing us any further in this kind of company.
She fixes her hair and brushes down her dress.
And
I won't embarrass you any further, Lord.
And I would just bow over her hand and treat her like an uncle would treat a beloved niece.
Mm-hmm.
For the cameras, so to speak.
Yeah. She curtsies robotically almost. And if you don't mind, we're going to do one more pair up, if you will. Mia, an NPC, is drawn to you and asks Smoke if he can cut in for this next one.
Check his neck.
Make a perception check.
I mean, I've heard of having your collar felt, but really?
He looks fine.
Okay, fine.
He has been dancing with Lucretia, though, so good spot.
Yeah, I just give me one of these.
I feel like when Mia and Smoke were dancing.
Uh-huh. Oh, did we not come back to you, did we? Sorry. Apologies.
No. I feel like it probably just would have been a lot of panics, has she looked at you yet? I don't think she's looking at me. Is she looking at you?
I think I'm sweating. I didn't know I could do that.
Twirl me! Come on!
Do you want to make, if you're keeping your tabs on her, you can make a perception or insight check.
Can I do a perception?
Yeah. Both of you.
Oh, I got crit.
Oh! With a crit, Smoke, your nerves focus your attention keenly on Lucretia von Morxador. Not a woman you've seen, but that you've heard and read a lot about. She is seemingly playing up some sadness, giving it the very woe is me, and is accepting kindness and courtesy from anyone who'll give it. She's being, to you, it looks like with that crit success, melodramatic and attention-seeking. Although you wouldn't be able to discern what of dancing with her, probably. So what do you want to do next as Madani Silverhand cuts in? Where do you want to go? Who do you want to?
I'll probably
Go
bump
with.
into Jacob. He's nearby.
Okay.
Jacob, do you see who that is?
Yep. Think she might bear a grudge after what we did?
Yeah, you keep your collar up. Huh?
Yeah.
Where's Tilly?
No. Over by the food. Where else would you expect it to be?
Like, don't dance with the vampire. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go and try and go into the kitchen.
You're trying to find Tilly?
Yeah.
Oh, is Tilly back?
Oh no, I just moved myself so I could see the
Okay.
the main hall. But yeah, no, I'll probably be coming back though. So maybe in this, maybe we'll meet in there. Oh, hello, Mr. Smoke.
Oh, the food is fantastic. Oh, what is your secret? Tilly, did you ever tell you about Moxidor?
I don't think so. That lady that came in, you know her?
Hey, you know anything about vampires?
DM, do I know anything about vampires?
I'm not going to make you roll because nope.
Yeah. Are they is that a family name?
Oh.
You don't want to find out. Just stay close to people, you know. And the one in the red dress, don't go too near her or talk to her or don't touch her dress or anything.
What's wrong, Mr. Smoke? What is she dangerous? Do we need to leave?
You remember when we fought Khalid?
Yes.
She was that kind of level of dangerous.
Is she a dragon?
No, she's not a dragon. But she's very dangerous like one. I think we...
Okay.
I think we killed her son. Or her brother, or... I forget the family tree. Is really serious, Tilly. I think I'm having a panic attack.
I think you look. Try this mushroom. It'll calm you down.
Make a Constitution saving throw. Disadvantage.
It's a magic mushroom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Psilocybin for the win.
Here we go.
I'm not
Here we
using my
go.
halfling thing. I'm gonna leave it as that.
These mushrooms seem only to enhance your paranoia, if only temporarily. So, Tisha, Freddie.
Yeah, we've been just to say we've been dancing, but in our heads through message, just saying, "What did you know about vampires? I don't know anything about vampires. What's going on? We got to stay away. I don't know where Smoke's gone. Smoke's ran off. I don't know. What is that move? Is that a new dance move? That kind of conversation."
Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with myself. Freddie seems like he wants to talk to her.
Yeah, I've advised him not to based on Smoke's reaction.
Make a persuasion check. No, persuasion. What's your bonus on persuasion?
Oh, sorry. I read that. I just went to... Yeah, sorry. Perception. Persuasion. 10.
Okay. Yeah, it's a very good roll. You stilt his confidence temporarily. Like he keeps looking at her, and it's just something. Says there's just something familiar about her. Like he might have seen her in a dream or something. Gil, who are you dancing with?
If I had observed Alessa talking to her sisters, then
yeah,
it would literally be an attempt to cut in on the Montagnais. He would be working his way through the guests of honor.
Okay, yeah. Gilchrist and Tisha. Freddie will go. The persuasion check succeeded. Freddie will.
Well, I would signal one of the triplets to.
Yeah. The one who's not been danced with, Verania. Okay. So you can do that if you want. Freddie steps back and be my guest.
And is promptly whisked off by a 17-year-old with a point to prove.
Yeah. Oh. Freddie and Verania exchange pleasantries. Freddie seems distracted. Verania, you would observe, is on her best behaviour, is laughing at his half jokes and complimenting them on his outfit, etc. What about Gilchrist and Tisha?
Well, quite the stimulating evening. Quite the impression you made on my nieces. I do apologise for their early behaviour and disgraceful impertinence.
Oh no, it's fine. Like what age do you? I've got a couple of questions. Just a couple of questions. Balls, and what age do you get accepted into balls of an adult nature?
Oh, they've been attending balls regularly for about 3 years now.
Oh, so quite young then. Huh. And how often do you have them? And what's the occasion for this one?
The occasion for this one is the sudden arrival of so many dignitaries at once. We feel sort of obliged to throw a bash when one or two important personages grace us with their presence, but so many at once. We knew Prince Lever was on his way, and we also knew Lady Moxodon would be popping by, so to speak. Not that any journey across the Isles is popping by. And then, of course, you arrived and brought a genuine royalty with you. How could we not?
Well, thank you for having us, I guess. I mean, this is a nice occasion for us all, even though it's unusual for us. But I think it'll be remembered. Just going back to Lady Moxador. Like, I don't know. My husband feels like he knows her. Is she like common around here, or could he have? Did she get around?
She's a diplomat as well as a ruler of sorts. She will travel wherever her persuasion or her influence is needed, the same as any good diplomat will.
She looks great.
Do you want to make a history check? I'll see if I can embellish you with a bit more knowledge.
Okie dokie. Nope.
Not at this point. Sorry.
No, I confess I'm quite dazzled by your presence, Lady Montenay. You and Lady Mir made quite the entrance this evening, and certain of my faculties appear to have deserted me.
Oh, well, don't worry. I was just wondering. So yeah, do you think it's going well?
And with that, she is twirled. Well, as you've just seen for yourself, the dance floor is full. People are talking and laughing and drinking, and your furry companion appears to be somewhat agitated through that doorway over there, but...
Really? Better go and check him out.
Smoke is climbing the walls, presumably.
He's got the D&D equivalent of catnip, hasn't he?
Oh, I hope he's okay.
Is that should I go and see if he requires treatment?
Maybe we should both go.
Okay then. And I would twirl her in the direction of the door.
And as you do, you twirl past the pairing of Mir and Madani. Milady.
Pleasure to meet you.
It's quite a pair of titles you made an entrance with.
Oh, thank you. I really didn't want them to announce me like that, but they're so obsessed with status here, you know?
Well, status can open a lot of doors. It can be very difficult. Climb the ladder, short of powerful magic.
And I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with you. What brings you to Last Hollow? What do you do?
Oh, I'm the incumbent Federale head counselor of Crystal Spear. To be honest, it's not the cloth I'm cut from. The station was kind of thrust upon me. But I've been learning as I go. I was just curious about your... Did they announce where you were from?
Yes, I think so. They certainly mentioned the water plane.
It's not like the City of 1,000 Pearls or...
Sargrangula. That's where I'm from. Have
you
you
can make an
been?
insight check if you want.
I mean, Kirsty knows what's going on here. No! Terrible!
He seems to linger on a few the syllables of Sargrangula and twirls you before bringing you back. What brings you all the way out here?
Adventure. And you?
Diplomacy.
You don't seem thrilled.
I don't know how much you have to do with our hosts, but there's been some aggressive economic activities, sanctions, tolls, short of sending an army onto the shores of Crystal Bay. I think the denizens of Menelambir were gearing up to take over. Between me and you.
Sure. Sorry to go back to it. Have you been to Sargrangula?
Make a persuasion check.
Alrighty. Is this with advantage?
If it's a charisma based, then yeah, sure.
Yeah. No, it's still only 13.
I may have received a dignitary or two from there. Crossed swords with a Marid there once upon a time. Not suppose I'd be welcome back in future.
How old is he? How old does he look?
Are you asking the DM now?
Yeah.
Mid to late 40s.
I can't figure out how smart Mira is, but I think she's maybe getting there.
There's a lot of...
You didn't. The Marid. You didn't meet someone called Zima by any chance?
One doesn't just meet the Queen of Sargrangula.
Oh no, she meets you.
Exactly.
You don't meet her.
So I've heard.
Did she meet you?
I think that's the end of the dance, I'm afraid.
Red. No.
It would be lovely to reconvene later on in Marinala.
Wait, no, don't. You
And
can't go
he
yet.
His Cerulean Sentinels brief him with a few developments. And we will end the session there.
You evil man, Daniel Vernon.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my word. What a session.
Was that Ms. Dad or something?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
We've never met before.
That's cool.
Oh my
Oh.
word.
There's a lot of chess pieces on the board.
Did you roll these, guess?
Somehow you brought the Baroness, the gnomish captain, Mia's dad, all into play.
Fun, right?
Now all we need to know is Prince Leather random as well. Or is he connected somehow?
Prince of Najarim.
I absolutely loved when John went freaking panicked smoke. That was so good. As we killed her son, brother, husband, grandfather. I don't know. That was really good. That was good. And
shall we end the stream and then we can continue talking if you want?
oh, sorry.
Yeah, let's do that.
So I'll say thank you very much for watching as we head on into the rest of the night of the Esterfax Manor Ball. I can hand over to Lucy, who'd like to say a few things.
Yep. Cool. So, thanks guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's adventure. There was shopping, robot bartenders, corked wine, balls, catnip, and family issues on a major scale. So I hope that kind of floated your boat. If you want to see more of these adventures, now I don't think we're doing a game next week or
2 week
for
break.
2 week break. So we are usually every Wednesday at 7 p.m. apart from the next 2 weeks. So do check us out on Twitch and YouTube because the recording follows soon after. So yeah, come join us after in 2 weeks. If there is anyone watching who's not part of the community and wants to be, do message Bard College on Instagram at bard.college for a link, or see the video description in YouTube and Twitch for more information to be part of the growing community of players and dungeon masters. Just to say, from my perspective, the server is full to the brim of awesome people and great ideas and support, so come on and join us. And finally, don't forget your merch at rev-level.com/Bard College. We have Kirsty there. We're all taking a turn to showcase the t-shirt. There's the t-shirt on Kirsty right now. And Kirsty, do you want to do a little bit of a spin for us? Because we saw it a little bit from John last week.
Oh my god.
There we go.
Like that?
There we go. Yeah. Skull, scroll, that kind of thing. Check it out. And do check out the site. If we have any artists or budding artists or anybody that wants to work with us to design some new things, we are always interested. So do please get in contact. We would love to hear from you. And that's it from me. Thank you again. And good night.
Good night. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.